For context, I'm living with my sister and nieces. For this, I'll call my sister Jennifer. Now the examples of this haunted house, well, flat. We live in a top floor flat with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen. And it's quite small, so there's nowhere for a human to be hidden. So it can't be that. Never mind trying to get in. Anyway, I'll list the examples I have from the 5 months of living here. 1. Jennifer was cooking dinner for us all, and she looks away to grab something for not even 30 seconds. And looks back, and the pan she was cooking in had moved to a different hob that wasn't on. She wasn't using that one, and it was vigorously shaking. She then put everything down, left the kitchen, and came into the living room and explained the story, very obviously shocked. This was the first thing I had heard about anything paranormal in the house. Sometimes when she's taking my niece to school, I'll still be getting ready, as she leaves before me, so I'll be alone in the house. I'll hear footsteps in the hallway, toilet flushes, door opening and closing, and I've witnessed my room door opening a couple times by its own. No one in the house, and taps running, talking when no one's there. Every time, I'm alone. For context again, niece just turned 2, so there's balloons and a balloon archway kind of thing with craft tissue tassel on in the living room. They're still all up as the kids like to play with the balloons. Well, today, I was sat in the living room by myself and the balloons start moving and making noise. I assume it's the cat going through the balloons, as there's loads of them. So I say her name, but it doesn't stop. So I get up. And as I walk over, the balloons drop from behind the Christmas tree, as I hadn't seen them, floating. I'm obviously shocked. And these are regular balloons, not helium, so I realise it's not the cat. What's going on? But they never stop moving, so I just sit back down after about a minute. The balloons start moving again, and the tassels on the archway start pulling. So I got out my phone to record, because I couldn't believe what was going on. And as soon as I do so, everything stops for good. And I explained what had happened to my sister, and she pretty much says, stuff like that happens all the time. It's been going on for 2 years. Someone please explain this. Is this a ghost or what? So I'm not that old, but I've had a few occurrences happen to me over the years. I have no clue what to make of them. The first I felt something weird was when I visited some friends of my grandfather. We went to this old house in a town about an hour away from where I live. When we sat in their living room, it felt like I was buried underground, like the air around me was solid. I brought it up later that day, but my grandfather said he felt nothing weird. A few years later, I sat around a campfire on a school camping trip. The adults were obviously telling us scary stories to freak us out. That was until my teacher took a picture of us. Above our heads sat a perfectly spherical thing that was pure white. It was definitely not the moon or something else. It looked so clear and striking compared to what was around it. Wish I had the picture. I've heard voices sometimes. They've been only one word or a breath close by. I always just assumed it was my imagination, but a few months ago, I'm not so sure now. The first time, I heard a knock at my door. It sounded like the type of knock my mother would do to grab my attention. I stood up to check who knocked, just to realise that everyone in my house was just too far away from my door to have knocked. A few weeks later, I'm in class listening to an accounting lecture. While there, I suddenly hear a girl's voice say, "Can I have?" I was like, it was right next to me. The sentence also felt incomplete. I checked around me to see if anyone wanted something, just to realise that all the girls were sitting in front of me. I felt confused and eventually just went on with the work. These experiences are pretty much unrelated to each other, but maybe someone can help me understand what happened. So after many months of watching different ghost hunting channels, I decided to purchase an REM pod. If you aren't familiar with what this device is, it basically measures both EMF and temperature changes in the environment. It has different sensitivity settings, and those are measured by a metal antenna sticking out of the device. From me messing with it, it seems like even in the most sensitive setting, the EMF field will not be set off unless you're within 5 inches of it. I know what the different tones it makes represent, and the strength of contact is represented by different coloured LEDs. Now the weird part. I've been able to manipulate the REM pod on my own while being 6 feet away from it by dropping any and all said barriers. I imagine in my current mind's eye a giant white force field made of light that surrounds my home, melting away till it's gone, and it sets the REM pod off. Usually the red and purple mini LEDs and the large green LED all at the same time go off and fluctuate for a good 5 to 10 minutes. I've been able to repeat this exercise 3 times in a row, 2 different times, one of which I demonstrated in a Discord call, and he said he recorded it. I don't know if he did, but if anyone cares enough, I'm sure I can repeat it again or see if he did record it. It makes me wonder how much of these ghost investigations are being influenced by the investigators, though. Bear with me. This may not be the most entertaining story, but I can assure you it is my real experience. And if anyone has experienced anything similar, please tell me. When I was in high school, I had decided to take a college course over the summer at a college in New York State for early college credits. I'm an art student, so I wanted to get some of my early art credits out of the way. Our dorm buildings were those old-looking houses with 3 floors. I was placed on the 2nd floor with 2 other students and our RA sharing a room. For context, I'm a trans person, so they put all the trans people in one dorm. I noticed something was off when I opened the closet at the end of the hallway and there was a line of salt along it. My room was next to that closet and had a mirror in it. I never liked mirrors. I've always believed in ghosts, but never thought I'd experience one. Later that day, we asked our RA about the salt line, and he told us that the building was haunted. He said that being here a week before we arrived to prepare, and had heard the closet door opening and someone walking down the hallway every night. So his solution was to put a salt line in the closet. He also took it a step further and wrote protection symbols on the back of our name tags that were stuck to the door. I believe these symbols were pagan, but don't quote me on that. They pretty much roughly translated to telling the ghost to get out and it doesn't belong there. We thought he was just messing with us because we were kids, and it was our first college experience, so we shrugged it off. That night, I was lying in bed. I had the bottom bunk, and I stared out into the dark. That's when I saw 2 red glowing circles that seemed to be in between the mirror and the window outside. It scared me a little bit, but I just decided to go sleep, trying to rationalise that it had possibly been a light from outside. The next morning, I went to check out the window. There were only trees. There wasn't a close enough house nearby to be the neighbours, and there was a road where you could hear the cars. It wasn't close enough to shine a light in. That same day, my other roommate mentioned the blinds moving. Despite it being 90 degrees in the middle of the summer, no wind, and our fans were off, the blinds moved on their own. Fast forward to Wednesday, and the whole class took a trip down to a haunted theatre for a tour. I thought this was so cool, so I recorded every room and everything the guide said on the tour. I've always been interested in this sort of thing and was hoping I'd catch a ghost on camera. That night, I was uploading all of the videos into a Windows Movie Maker file. I planned on uploading the whole thing unwatched and unedited to see if anyone saw anything. This took me hours, and I was still doing it once 2:30 AM rolled around. While I was uploading the videos into the file, I heard what sounded like a bus stopping outside and leaving. It was that sort of hiss that a bus makes when it stops. I thought nothing of it, as you often hear cars all night, but the sound returned. The sound got louder and louder to a point where I felt like something was wrong. I wasn't sure what else could make this loud hiss sound, so I thought, since the house was old, maybe it was a gas leak or something. I should alert my RA. My glasses were just out of reach, so I had to get off my bed to get them. The second my feet hit the floor, the hissing stopped, and I felt this presence, a numb feeling, kind of like when your foot falls asleep, but without the pain, against the back of my legs. This scared the crap out of me, so I hopped in bed until I had the courage to wake up my roommate. I crawled in bed with her and began feeling the same pressure and numbness on my lower back. I laid there terrified until about 4 a.m. when the pressure stopped and I was able to crawl back in my bed and go to sleep. From that point, I was absolutely terrified of being alone, and I got to the point where my RA pulled me aside and told me to get over it because one day I'll be alone. In the third week, it seemed like I would end up by myself, so I convinced the RAs to allow me to room with one of the girls upstairs. From that point on, I had zero issues, because though we knew the house was haunted, the girl I roomed with had been raised to respect spirits, and would often ask before entering the room and thank the spirits for allowing them into the space. This is a behaviour that I adopted as well, and it's much more peaceful in our room. The first sighting? This is not really a sighting, but an experience which is. In the corner of our dining room is an old wooden cabinet that we have things like glasses and memories inside. One early morning, we were packing to go on holiday, and we opened the cabinet for some reason, and a glass flew out at us. There were no glasses at the edge. The next one with the cabinet is we were having dinner a couple of weeks later, and the largest elephant ornament was 1 foot away from falling off the top. We thought it was due to someone jumping, but it was the largest and heaviest thing on there. You could see the skid marks on the dust after you lifted the elephant up, meaning something had moved it. The second and scariest sighting, same house, nothing different. My parents were on holiday and my sister was in bed. Just me downstairs. I looked at my second monitor as I was playing on my PC, and in the corner of my eye, I saw a dark, tall figure walk from the cabinet to the kitchen. Me, being an idiot, told my friend, "1 sec," and I ran to the kitchen. There was nothing. A week later, I told my family, and my sister responded, "Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times." And my dad said once he was in the living room and saw it clear as day, walk opposite him, and match the description I gave when I hadn't told them what it looked like. Spooky. I was visiting my ex who lived in a super old house. It had been a hotel, brothel, store and a funeral home in its former life. At this point, it's a home that looks so beautiful, you could only see the beautiful architecture and grand wallpaper as they used to be. Instead, the house looks as if it's been forgotten for some time. Dust and cobwebs are visible on every surface, but especially on the deep mahogany carved trim that encircled every room and sometimes protruded into elaborate carvings of guardian protectors. It was unnerving to be in this home at any time. The hair on the back of your neck would stand every time you switched rooms, as you would walked in on something that couldn't be seen. That feeling is something you can get used to though. It's a feeling that fades quickly and grows comfortable after a while. This was a feeling that you didn't mind because it didn't trigger any emotion. It was just more of a reminder that Some people are unseen. At night, the house was a different story. Not often, but some lights in the house after the sunset felt different. It was filled with tension. You could feel the hair on your neck stand, but the energy of someone being there is much different. This feeling causes goosebumps. It's uncomfortable, tension-filled and chilling. This feeling doesn't fade and sometimes return just from mentions of the stories I encountered. Not lasting as long as before, but definitely there. Tonight, I went over because my boyfriend's parents and siblings had gone out of town and needed us to dog sit. We hung around the house and watched TV. That night, we decided we would travel to the upstairs back hall, just to scare ourselves. The house felt quieter than normal that day. We were worried we might not see anything in the back hall, like all of the last spirits were on vacation. That night, it changed. Everyone knows this house is haunted. There's no doubt. But as you climb the stairs to the second story, you're met with another level of paranormal. Almost constantly, you hear things that don't make sense. You feel that negative tension in the air, and you catch things out of the corner of your eye that you can't find reasoning for. To add a little extra spice, the upstairs had lost all of its electricity several years prior. Instead, they had extension cords running to the 3 main bedrooms. The upstairs is split into 2 parts. One of the parts is at the top of the staircase. It opens to 3 main bedrooms, each with a giant door made of solid wood, and sharing the same grand crown moulding as the downstairs. Immediately to the left of the staircase was another identical door. This door leads to a hallway. The hallway has a few rooms and a bathroom. Room numbers still grace the front of each door to let hotel guests know which room would be accommodating them for the evening. As the sun went down, we got excited to go exploring and maybe dig up some trouble. Live for the adrenaline of it, get a little spooking. As we went up the stairs, things felt different. Even in the dark, nothing was happening. Just like earlier in the day, the house was quiet. It just felt like we were in any old house. No goosebumps, no presence of another, no noise. As we turned the knob and opened the door to the back hallway, it changed immediately. Suddenly, all around us was a presence of darkness and a feeling of terror. We immediately had the same thought. No. We closed the door and almost immediately the air cleared of the terrible feeling it had presented just moments earlier. Since the house felt so calm, we decided to spend some time in my boyfriend's bedroom upstairs. As we lay there watching a movie, the lights flickered. Not uncommon because of the extension cord fire hazard that ran from the living room and up the stairs. The flicker brought with us that terrible presence we had felt, opening the back hallway door, rushing back to us. As we glanced at each other in terror, the lights flickered one more, and a loud crash came from outside the door, and repetitive beats like a toddler running pounded loudly in the hallway, directly outside of the room. Only 5 or 6 steps, but incredibly loud. As soon as the pounding footfalls stopped, the air changed to normal again. We sat catching our breath together for what seemed like forever. Neither of us said a word. When we did speak, we decided we should leave for the night. The dog would be fine until morning. Upon opening the door to his bedroom to get out of the house, we heard a crunch. Lifting his shoe, we noticed that my ex had just stepped in broken glass. Upon further inspection, we realised it wasn't just broken glass. It was broken Christmas bulbs. These are special ornaments his mum puts up every year and keeps in special ornament totes with locking lids to prevent breakage. Those totes are behind a closed door, down a hallway and inside a room that also had a closed door away from where they now lay at our feet. We left. When I was 14, in 1994, my bedroom was in the attic of a 100-year-old house. My 7-year-old sister and parents had bedrooms on the second floor, and the main floor was mostly open with a cute 40s-style kitchen. One day I was in my room when one of the kids visiting the second floor had accidentally made his way up into my room. He was quiet and just looked at me. This happened often, so I directed him back down the stairs to the second floor. An hour or so later, I walked downstairs to talk to my mom and casually asked where the kids went. She seemed confused and said that my sister wasn't home today and no kids were visiting. I walked up and down the stairs a few times, checked all the closets, and figured the kid must have left. Mom assured me she's been sitting between the only 2 doors of the house and no kids visited. I was sure I saw a kid, but it would have been hard to sneak around it twice, especially with the loud screen doors. That night before dinner, I'm skimming through the local paper. Every day they would publish anniversaries of local stories from 5, 10, 20, 50, or even 100 years ago. When I got to the story about 50 years ago, it told a story about a kid who died when a bomb got loose from the World War II armory across the street and accidentally detonated in our kitchen. I look around and noticed how our kitchen is from the 40s. Then I remember how I saw this kid earlier in the day, and it freaked me out. Was he a ghost kid? Even without the ghost kid, it's a weird story, but what if he was a ghost kid? We moved away from that house, and I always wondered about the ghost kid. So here's where it really gets weird. When I moved in with a roommate 5 years later, we're telling stories back and forth one night and eventually got around to ghost stories, and I told him about the ghost kid. He says, "Was it at 44 Front Avenue East?" Yes. That's my Uncle Bobby. He hit it with an ice pick. This story has been in my head for a while, but it's also been over 5 years since this happened. It was 2015 and I was 12 years old, in a suburban town in Pennsylvania. I lived on top of a cliff or hill, and my neighbour at that time, we'll call her A, was 11 and a grade under me. Now I was never close to my family, so I never really knew the pain of losing a daily member at this point. But my neighbour had lost her grandmother at this point in time. She spent a couple of days with her family, and once she came home, she was still a mess. I, doing the only thing I knew how to do when people were upset, found her, and as soon as she came home and hugged her. After this, we hung out all the time and decided we wanted to hang out all night because why not? Her brother was staying at his other friend's house as his own coping mechanism. So we took over his bedroom, with his permission, because he had a queen bed, and so we could share a bed. I'll skip over all the tween girl shit we did, because it's not important. Where the weird shit is at around midnight. We ended our night watching South Park on her laptop. A fell asleep during the last episode we were watching. I finished the episode and put her laptop on the floor, and just turned over to go to sleep. Now this is where this gets really hard to explain, so I'm going to write what happened in list order of times. Midnight, I finished watching the South Park episode and went to sleep. 12:30. A stirs quite hard in bed. 1 to 1:15 a.m. A stirs concerningly hard in her sleep, to the point where I make sure she's okay, and also starts to make weird noises. Like when a baby tried to learn to talk for the first time, but just couldn't figure out how to make the words. 1:30 a.m. A stirs so hard in her sleep that she ends up laying with her head at my feet, and her feet at my head. And she's doing the weird mumble or growl thing even louder, and it really doesn't sound like her. 2 a.m. She continues stirring and making weird noises. 2:30 a.m. She starts making the noises again and stirs more and more. She eventually sat up in bed and sat up completely straight, turning her head out towards the front of the bed. Her shoulders completely relax and she says, "But I didn't mean to," in a tone that makes it sound like she was getting scolded. She lays down while swinging her legs completely straight out and laying down perfectly as if someone was placing down a doll. I, freaking the fuck out, turned to look to see what she was looking at. When I turned, I saw a figure of a woman that was just pure white. I didn't get a long enough look to be able to make out features, but I saw something. Now, this figure thing was not in front of a window, mirror, or any sort of light. The street lamps were not LEDs at this point, they were actually a yellow colour. I also only got to see this figure for about half a second. 2:37 a.m. I pack my shit up and go home. As I'm going home, I feel like I'm being stared at from all corners, behind and in front of me, as I walk on the road. I kept checking behind me, and obviously there was nothing to the eye, though I felt like there was. The house I lived in had a concrete slab walkway thing that led up to my front door. As I'm walking out of this walkway, I hear what sounds like heavy boots walking behind me. I remember pausing and trying to let my brain figure out if it was my steps or something else. As I walk faster, so does the sound of the steps behind me. Once I got to my door, they stopped. The next day, I told my neighbour about this, and there was no explanation for this experience. My family and friends told me that I saw nothing. What I heard was her simply sleep-talking, even though she had no prior experience with it, and also that her stirring was just normal. A few weeks after this happened, I spoke to A again, and her exact sentence to bring it up again was, "Oh yeah, it was my grandma. She visits me in my sleep now." Now that is kind of explained. Let's get back to the feeling of being watched while crossing the road. This is also where the cliff I lived on comes in. Now, if there are people who don't know, Pennsylvania is the state of coal, and there's a lot of coal mining, obviously. After the whole seeing my friend's dead grandma ordeal, we were sitting around the fire talking about why our parents decided to live where we lived. So we simply asked them, and one thing that really sticks out in the conversation is the risk factor of living where we lived. Underneath all our houses are old mining tunnels that could collapse at any minute. There's not a lot of information on the story, but I'm pretty sure something happened, and there was an accident or people got sick, but something happened and it was not good. So that could feel like being watched while walking. Maybe there was just making sure I got home safe. I've never had an experience like that ever since that moment. I'm now 18 and still can't make sense of the situation and also no longer talk to A. It's like a weird unclosed chapter of my life. Made up of 44-year-old Bobby Jameson, his 40-year-old wife Sherilyn Jameson, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison, the Jameson family appeared to be living a happy life, but they were going through a rough patch. Bobby was suffering from chronic back pain, and his wife Sherilyn was bipolar. As she often failed to take her medications, she was going through severe depression. Bobby believed that their house was haunted by spirits that lived on their roof. As a result, Bobby called their pastor Gary on multiple occasions and asked him where he could get special bullets to shoot these spirits. To add on, the Jameson family owned a storage container, which was pretty popular in their current neighbourhood, as Sherilyn painted creepy wordings on it. Because of this general creepiness around the family, the neighbours avoided them on all possible occasions. Thinking that their house was the reason behind that bad phase of life, the Jameson family decided to move out of their house in Eufaula, Oklahoma, and settle down somewhere else. However, the family did not intend to move to another house. Instead, they wanted to purchase a plot of land and then build their own house on it. Until they built their dream home, the family decided to place their storage container in their new plot of land and live on it. Disappearance. On the 8th of October 2009, the Jameson family loaded up their truck and, along with their pet dog, Maisie, drove away to the land plot they were planning to purchase in Red Oak. Unfortunately, this would become the last time they would be seen alive. As it was quite normal for the Jameson to disappear for days to get away from the city life, their relatives and friends did not think much about it when they didn't hear from them. Also, as Bobby and Sherilyn had already informed Madison's school that they'd be changing a school as they were moving, no concerns were raised when Madison did not attend the classes. On 16th of October 2009, two hunters were walking around in the Panola Mountains, and they found a truck on a cleared piece of land. As finding vehicles in this area was uncommon, they walked up to the truck hoping to find its owner. But when they reached it, they noticed there was no one inside it except an exhausted dog. The windows of the truck were rolled up and its doors were locked. With no one around, the hunters called the police. When the police arrived, they figured out that it was the Jamesons' truck and the dog inside it was their pet dog Maisie. With Maisie seemingly passed out, the police broke the window of the truck and rescued her. As it appeared as if Maisie had been locked inside the truck for at least a few days, the police started inspecting the truck. Inside it, they found Bobby's wallet, Sherilyn's purse, their ID cards, their mobile phones, a GPS system, and a bank bag filled with $32,000 in cash. Also, they found an 11-page letter that Sherilyn had written to Bobby. The letter was filled with hate, and it accused Bobby of being a hermit. The police did an initial search of the area, looking for the Jameson family, but they couldn't find them. They decided to use the previous GPS locations of their mobile phones to get an insight into where they went. The GPS locations revealed that the cell phones had gone up the nearby hill, stayed there for around 15 minutes, and came back down to the truck. Hence, the police walked up the hill in search of the family. But all they could find were Madison's footprints. The footprints of her parents, however, were nowhere to be seen, and this led the police into checking their mobile phones. In one of their phones, the police found a recently taken photograph of Madison, and it was taken at the top of the nearby hill. In this photograph, Madison appeared to be extremely unhappy. Thus, confirming that the family had walked up the hill, the police launched an extensive search with over 400 people volunteering in it. The search was eventually called off as no clues about the Jameson family were found. To get a better understanding of their disappearance, the footage of the surveillance system in their house was checked. The footage showed the couple loading their truck just before driving away. However, the couple seemed to be in a trance-like state while loading the truck. They walked multiple times between the house and the truck, and at times, they walked from the house to the truck with nothing in their hand. Not speaking to each other, they occasionally stopped and stared at something at a distance for a brief moment of time. With no new leads to work on, the case became cold, and what happened to the family remained unknown until 3 skeletons were found 4 years later. Discovery. In November of 2013, while 2 hunters were walking in a section of the Panola Mountains, which was almost 5 kilometers away from the area where the Jamesons' truck was found, they found the skeletal remains of 3 bodies lying face down side by side. Seeing that 2 of them belonged to adults and the other belonged to a child, it was immediately speculated to be that of the missing Jameson family. Almost 8 months later, the forensic confirmed that the remains indeed belonged to the Jameson family. The cause and time of death, however, couldn't be determined due to the timely decay of the remains. A small hole was found on the back of Bobby's skull, and a few other small holes were found on the other bones. Thus, the reason behind their disappearance and death unknown, what really happened to the Jameson family, remains a mystery. Theories. With the actual circumstances shrouded in obscurity, several theories about the family's mysterious death emerged. Lost in the woods. There is a possibility that the family ventured into the nearby forests, got lost inside, and eventually died trying to find their way out. But this is highly unlikely, as during the days in which they apparently went missing, the temperature never dropped below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, even at night. Although this area experienced rain then, it wasn't that strong. Hence, the probability of the family dying because of getting lost in the woods is quite less, but it could still have been possible. Homicide and suicide. Considering the fact that Sherilyn was bipolar and the hate that her 11-page letter in the car carried, there is a possibility that she became euphoric and killed her family before killing herself. However, her friends and relatives claimed that she would never harm her child. Also, considering the fact that the family were planning to settle down in this new place of land, this possibility is highly unlikely, but still possible. Murder. Bobby's relationship with his father was not particularly great. Bobby had, in fact, petitioned a protective order against his father, who would threaten to kill them twice. But when the Jameson family went missing, Bobby's father was actually in hospital, and he died 2 months later. This made him physically and mentally incapable of killing his son and his family. After the bodies of the Jameson family were discovered, one of Sherilyn's friends named Nikki received an anonymous phone call from a woman. She claimed that she used to be part of a white supremacist cult, and in their hit list, she remembered seeing the name of the Jameson family. Before she could ask any more questions, the call disconnected, and the call couldn't be traced. Also, considering the fact that a satanic Bible was found in the Jamesons' house, and the lump sum of money that was found in their truck, there is a possibility that they were lured into a cult and then murdered. Born on 12th of November 1969, Johnny Gosch was the only son of John and Noreen Gosch. His parents took excellent care of him, only to see their worst nightmare unfold 13 years later, when Johnny disappeared in unexpected and obscure circumstances. Johnny's case allegedly involves prostitution, paedophilia, and a human trafficking ring. Johnny's disappearance. On 15th of September 1982, 12-year-old Johnny Gosch left his house in the suburb of West Des Moines at around 5:45 a.m. to deliver the Des Moines Register's Sunday paper to the people of his locality. He usually woke his father up before leaving the house to help him with his delivery rounds, but that day he left the house all alone with only Gretchen, the house's miniature dachshund, accompanying him. Dressed up in a white sweatshirt with Kim's Academy printed on the back, sweatpants and blue rubber flip-flops, he took with him a yellow paper bag and a red wagon, which he always used to carry the papers. However, Johnny was not able to deliver the papers that day. As a result, at around 7 a.m, his mother Noreen got a call from a neighbour who complained about not receiving their newspaper. Alarmed by this, his father John left the house to investigate. Approximately 2 blocks away, he found Johnny's red wagon with Gretchen and all the undelivered newspapers in it. John rushed back to the house and, along with Noreen, informed the police. But because of the police policy back then, Johnny could be classified as missing only after 72 hours. Initial investigation. The initial finding of the police was that the young boy had run away from his parents, but his parents strongly objected to it and suggested that Johnny had been kidnapped. However, they were not able to establish a strong motive behind it. Thus, to gather more information, John and Noreen started to do their own investigation. Thankfully, they got quite a few input from witnesses who saw him just before his disappearance. On the dreaded September morning in which Johnny disappeared, his fellow paperboys had seen him at the paper drop, picking up his share of newspapers. Mike, who was one of Johnny's fellow paperboys, saw a blue Ford Fairmont car approach Johnny. The engine of the car turned off, and the man driving it opened its door, swinging his feet out onto the platform on which the boys were assembling. He asked Johnny where 86th Street was, but Johnny gave him a completely incoherent answer. He told the man that his papers were loaded in his wagon. "I'm scared. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to head home," he added. As Johnny started walking away, the car also started to leave. But before driving away, the mysterious man flickered his light thrice. It tipped as if he was giving out a signal, as a tall man walked out of a space between two buildings and started following Johnny along 42nd Street to Marcourt Lane. At the same time, a man named Smith was woken by the sound of a car door slamming shut. When he sat up on his bed and peeked through a nearby window, he saw a black and silver car break the stop signal and make a left turn. A couple of other residents saw Johnny talking to a strange-looking man in a blue car, whose number plate was from Warren County, Iowa. After Noreen and John gave the police the information they had gathered, the police began scouring the entire area. They even did a door-to-door canvass of the neighbourhood to find clues, but they found nothing. It appeared as if the boy had just vanished, and that is exactly what the police officer in charge of the case said in his pronouncement. With the police not doing much to solve the case, Noreen sought the help of two private investigators named Jim and Ted, who followed up on the leads that were never pursued by the police. What they found horrified Noreen. Johnny was supposedly kidnapped to be used in a global paedophile and prostitution ring. In March of 1983, roughly 6 months after Johnny's disappearance, a woman from Oklahoma claimed that she was approached by a young boy in the parking lot of a local store. He kept screaming, "I'm Johnny Gosh, I've been kidnapped." But before she could do anything, 2 men grabbed him and took him away. They were never seen again. Over the following years, more evidence was found. Gosh received a dollar bill with a handwritten note on it, and it read, "I am alive, Johnny Gosh." Noreen confirmed that it was indeed her son's handwriting. Also, in Denver, "Johnny Gosh was here" was written on the restroom wall of a public eatery, and whether it was real or not was hard to decide. Another boy goes missing. After the disappearance of another 13-year-old boy named Eugene on 12th of August 1984, Noreen gained the support of a diary company in Des Moines. Eugene went missing while he was delivering newspapers on the south side of Des Moines. With the police claiming that the cases had no connection, Noreen claimed that she knew about the abduction a few months before it happened. According to her, a private investigator who was searching for her son told her that the next kidnapping would take place on the second weekend of August 1984, and it would be a paperboy from the south side of Des Moines. After Eugene's disappearance, his relative, who was working at Anderson and Erickson Diary, reached out to the company's president. To help find the boys, he agreed to put their photos and details on the sides of the half-gallon milk cans the dairy made. It was later followed by the Prairie Farms dairy as well. Despite the massive reach it gave, no information about their disappearance was found. A new claim. In 1989, Noreen met a 21-year-old man named Paul, who was also a victim of the prostitution ring that apparently captured Johnny. He told her that the underage prostitution ring was run by Lawrence E. King Jr., a prominent Republican Party activist and businessman. He also claimed that other high-level US politicians were involved in it. According to him, they were a cult of devil worshippers who were involved in the mutilation, sacrifice, and cannibalism of children. Paul told Noreen that he had met Johnny while he was stuck in the prostitution den. He told her details about Johnny which were never publicised, and this included a scar on the tongue. However, the FBI and the police did not consider him as credible evidence, and they didn't even interview him. Also, separate state and federal grand juries ruled out the prostitution ring as a carefully crafted hoax. But according to Noreen, the claims were dismissed just because of the high-profile names that were involved. Noreen claims to have seen Johnny again. In the early hours of March of 1997, two young men appeared on the doorstep of Noreen's Iowa apartment. After waking up from sleep because of the knock, she walked towards the main door and peeked through to see who it was. As the faces were unfamiliar, she asked who it was, and her voice answered, "It's me, Johnny. Can I come in?" She immediately opened the door and let the men in. After entering the house, the young man who'd claimed to be Johnny opened up his shirt and showed her a unique birthmark on his chest to confirm his identity. Noreen understood that her son had grown into a young man. After a brief conversation with his mother, the young man left. According to Noreen, her son told her that he was indeed kidnapped by the members of a paedophilic crime ring. He had recently escaped from them and was keeping a low profile to avoid getting abducted again. He told her that he was still in great danger and thus would not visit her again. Asking his mother to bring his captors to justice, Johnny apparently left. Later, Noreen went to the FBI and had them create a sketch of how her adult son, but with a lack of evidence to suggest that Johnny was abducted by the members of a paedophilic ring, made them question if he was still alive. There's a possibility of Noreen hallucinating or someone playing a prank on the grieving woman, but it's hard to come up with a convincing conclusion. Disturbing photographs. On September 1st, 2006, Noreen found a mysterious envelope on her doorstep. Inside the envelope were 3 chilling photos. In these photos were 3 young boys who were tied up and gagged, and one of these boys resembled Johnny. Believing that the photos were authentic, she took them to the police department, but with a Florida law enforcement officer claiming that he had investigated one of these photos a few years before Johnny's disappearance. All 3 boys in this photograph were identified, and it was determined that they willingly posed for it. Assuming that the other 2 photos were related to this one, the police concluded that it was just a bad prank. Noreen, however, asserted that the boy in the photo was her son himself, but the police never took her seriously. With Noreen still insisting that her son was abducted to satisfy paedophiles, and the police continually denying it, what actually happened to Johnny remains a mystery. In December of 1803, the residents of Hammersmith, a small town located on the northern banks of the River Thames, started facing a ghostly problem. They started reporting petrifying encounters with a phantom that haunted the lanes, churchyards, and fields of the town, with some witnesses describing it as a white hooded figure, and others claiming it to be in the skin of a beast. One concordant thing about the ghostly figure was the terror it inflicted upon its victims. It struck so much terror in the minds of the residents that they tried their best to not go out of their homes after 5 in the evening. Ghost attacks. On 15th of December 1803, while Thomas Groom, a brewer's servant, was walking through St. Paul's churchyard, With a fellow servant at around 9 p.m, he encountered this ghostly figure. According to his own account, something came from the tombstone behind him and caught him by the throat. It twisted him around, but he did not see anything in front of him. He tried pushing it away with a fist, and while doing so, he felt something that resembled a great coat. This incident gave Thomas a terrible fever, from which he very lately recovered. On 29th of December, 1803, while William Girdler, the private watchman who was appointed by residents of the town, was on his nightly rounds, he reported seeing a tall, whitish figure. When he walked towards it to get a better look, he noticed that it was a person who had covered himself up with a white cloth. Underneath the cloth, he wore a dark coat with metal buttons. William tried nabbing him, but the person fled into darkness. Even with the dawn of the new year, the attacks of the ghostly figure never stopped. At the beginning of January 1804, the ghost attacked 2 women. With one elderly and the other pregnant, the shock caused by the terrorizing encounter killed them both. One night in the same month, while a driver of a coach was travelling on a remote lane in the town, he started hearing a strange rustling sound. When he looked around to see what was causing the sound, he saw a strange white figure gliding over the nearby meadows parallel to him. As it got closer and closer, he noted that it had bladders on different parts of its body. Completely terrified, the driver jumped out of his carriage and ran back to the town, leaving behind his passengers and his horses. When he returned back with over a dozen residents by his side, he found the traces cut and the horses grazing in a nearby field. The murder. Following this event, a clergyman and a resident of the town offered a reward to anyone who could capture the ghost. With half of the residents considering this ghost a real one, and the other half considering it as a man acting as a ghost, groups of young men armed with guns began roaming the lanes and fields of the town by night to put an end to the troubling ghost. One of these men was a 29-year-old excise officer called Francis Smith. On 3rd of January 1804, armed himself up and headed out to hunt for the ghost at around 10:30 p.m. When watchman William met him at the corner of Black Lion Lane, Smith told him that he was out in search of the ghost. After the meet-up, William continued on his rounds, and Smith plunged into the darkness to continue on his hunt. At the same time, a bricklayer named Thomas Millwood was going to his house from his mother's house, and he was still clad in his work clothes, which were completely white. Because of his work clothes, he had already been mistaken for the ghost twice, and even this time, he was mistaken for a ghost by Smith. Thinking Millwood was the ghost, Smith shot him. With a bullet put through his jaw, Millwood met his demise, and his body was taken to the Black Lion Inn. Smith acknowledged the crime he had committed, and he turned himself in. Despite Smith claiming that it was an accident, and he only killed Millwood because he resembled a ghost, he was sentenced to death on 6th of January 1804, but his sentence was changed just in a few days' time. On the 24th of January 1804, he was pardoned by the king himself on condition he served 1 year in prison. The ghostly attacks pause and resume. By the time of Smith's trial, one of the culprits behind the haunting was found. It was discovered that a shoemaker named John Graham had a habit of disguising himself as a ghost. He was a religiously inclined man who was the principal singer in the chapel. This made him the last guy to be suspected as the man behind the haunting. According to Graham, he did it to take revenge on his apprentices after they scared his children by telling them ghost stories. However, Graham was adamant that he went out dressed up as a ghost only once. This was accepted by the community, and no further action was taken by him. Following this incident, the ghost stopped appearing and life in town started returning to normal. With the fear slowly dissipating, more and more people started venturing into the dark, and the Hammersmith ghost eventually became a distant memory. But the ghost would come back to haunt them 2 decades later. On 3rd of December 1824, the town residents were greeted by the headline, "A New Hammersmith Ghost." In their newspapers, in the lanes and roads of the town, a tall white figure started crossing paths with females, only to magically disappear later. One night, while a girl was returning home after her work in Angel Public House, a tall white figure appeared in front of her and started chasing her. The poor girl was so scared by this that she was subject to dangerous fits. A few nights later, when a hard-working man was returning home from work, the ghost jumped on his back, threw him to the ground, and then vanished. The man was left with a broken arm. The ghost attacked its third victim a few days later. This time, it was a woman whose clothes were torn to pieces. The woman was found unconscious on the road with multiple deep scratches on her body. On 15th of February 1825, the true identity of the ghost was revealed. When the ghost tried attacking a man named Worsley, he got hold of it. It was revealed that it was not a ghost, but a farmer named John Benjamin, who was pulling up the ghostly antics. After he was caught, the sightings of the ghost stopped. So, were all of the ghosts of Hammersmith merely dressed up human beings? The headline of the newspaper published on 29th of July 1955 says no. Claims of a real ghost. The newspaper article told a story that was not published until then. In 1803, a man slit his throat open and died right next to the church. He was buried in the churchyard. Back then, it was believed by the locals that it was the ghost of this man that was haunting the town. The person who shared this information with the newspaper claimed that his great-grandmother had seen a tall white figure rise from the tombstone of the man's grave. She was claiming that it had flaming eyes and it chased her until she fainted. When she woke up, the ghost was already gone. 2 days later, the poor woman died because of fear. The woman's husband, i.e. the anonymous person's great-grandfather, apparently saw the ghost on the first full moon night in August for the last time. According to the article, the ghost was rumoured to appear every 50 years on the first full moon night of August. According to a paranormal investigator named Chris Farman, the claims became true. On 5th of August 1955, which was the first full moon night of August, Chris Farman and 17 other paranormal investigators witnessed a white figure rise out of the dead man's tomb in the middle of the night. The figure did not seem to have legs, and it appeared as if it was hovering over the floor. After drifting around the churchyard for some time, it moved back to its tomb and disappeared. Conclusion. In 2005, the next time the ghost was supposed to appear, several newspapers tried to build up anticipation for the occasion, but it did not catch public attention as it did in 1955. Thus, not much information about the events of 2005 is known, and to confirm if the ghost is true or not, one has to wait until 2055. So, was Hammersmith haunted by a real ghost, or a man dressed up like a ghost? The answer remains a mystery. On the morning of 15th of June 2005, a team of paramedics was called to the Holy Trinity Monastery in Tanacu, a small remote village situated amidst the hills and forests of eastern Romania. When they arrived, they saw the lifeless body of a young woman who was dressed up as a nun and laid on a temporary cross. They were not aware of the fact that the 23-year-old woman had just been through a 3-day-long exorcism led by Father Daniel Petrocorrigian, who with the assistance of 4 nuns of the monastery had attempted to drive out a demon that he claimed had possessed her. The name of this dead woman was Marisha Irina Konichi, and her exorcism turned out to become one of the most publicised and highly debated instances of exorcism in the 21st century. The exorcism was indeed a terrifying battle for Irina, but having lived through a long string of battles with separation, abuse and inner demons, it was only her last one. Irina moves into the monastery. Irina was born in 1981 to a poor unmarried couple from Vaslui County in eastern Romania. At only 3 years old, she witnessed her father, a troubled brawler, hang himself from a beam of the house, after which her mother was deemed financially unfit to take care of her and her 2 siblings. Thus, she and her younger brother Vasil were left under the care of an extremely corrupt orphanage owned by the state. While growing up, they suffered unspeakable abuse at the hands of those entrusted to be their caregivers, but this, by all accounts, did not hinder Irina's physical and psychological development. Similar to most of the other girls raised in Romanian orphanages at that time, she was tough, hard-working, and wary of men. She took self-defense classes at a young age and developed a passion for karate, which she often used to protect her friends. Also, she spoke with a deep, intimidating voice and only felt comfortable dressed in sportswear. Her limited education gave her limited options for her future, and so when she sought employment when she was 19 years old, she worked as a nanny in Germany. While away from her hometown, Irina was in close touch with her brother and her best friend from the orphanage, Paraskiva. Wanting to escape her turbulent past, Paraskiva joined the Order of the Holy Trinity Monastery of Tanaku in 2003. In her letters to Irina, she wrote about Father Daniel Petru Korogian, the abbot of the monastery, whom she claimed was a great man. She said that she felt relieved after confessing her sins to him, promising that it would give her the peace and relief she had always desired. She invited Irina to the monastery for confession and Holy Communion. Thus, at the beginning of April 2005, Irina and her brother visited Sister Paraskiva with plans to return to Germany in June of the same year. For Father Korogian, their visit was a blessing. With the abbey still under construction, he started counting on their help at the monastery. Story of Father Korogian. Before becoming a priest, Father Korogian was pursuing religious studies at the University of Iasi. While he was still studying, he was recruited by a businessman from his hometown for building the Holy Trinity Monastery. The construction commenced in the year 2000, the same year in which Father Korogian was hastily ordained by the local bishop before finishing his religious studies. This raised a lot of eyebrows, as according to the laws of the Orthodox Church, one has to be a graduate of religious studies before ordination. Unlike the Catholic Church, exorcisms in the Orthodox Church can be performed without seeking approval from the higher ranks. Thus, with the decision left to their own discretion, exorcisms were quite common in eastern Romania, and they were performed by bishops and priests. Although the Orthodox Church frowned upon public exorcisms, they were habitually performed by priests during service. The priests who performed them were often regarded as religious celebrities. Inspired by these priests, Father Korogian, who was given the right to exorcism along with his ordination, started performing his own devil-banishing service at the monasteries. In 2003, Father Korogian ran into a problem with the diocese because the county bishop constantly refused to bless the church in the monastery, as the conventional iconography was not painted on its walls. Considering the blessing of the bishop only a formality, he continued to hold a service inside the church for the parishioners. The nuns who were devout to him are now his new guests, Irina and her brother. Backstory. Irina was elated to be reunited with her best friend and spent the following days attending service, doing chores, and reminiscing. Allured by the secure and peaceful life the monastery provided, Irina slowly started to consider staying there. But little did she know, it was only the calm before the storm. Pressured by Sister Paraskiva, Irina decided to confess her sins on the 8th of April. Having a rough idea about the trauma the young woman had been through, Father Corrigian helped her ease into the confession by asking her up first about her life in Germany. After exhausting this topic, Irina is said to have become distressed, and she started retreating. Seeing her lost in her own thoughts, Father Corrigian advised her to leave Germany and settle somewhere close to the monastery. After asking her a few more questions, he gave her his blessing and penance, which she promised to complete before her Holy Communion, which was scheduled for the next day. So, the next morning, she joined the sisters at Mass to receive her Holy Communion. Dressed up in a skirt and blouse with a scarf covering her head, she felt extremely uncomfortable abandoning her usual clothes, but the excitement of receiving her Holy Communion overshadowed it. After the communion, she felt that something had allegedly changed inside of her. She felt light as she walked gently around the monastery, humming a song to herself which, according to her own account, filled her being. Later that evening, the nuns of the monastery started beating the semitron before the beginning of the evening prayers, and its rhythm pulled Irina towards the church. This seemed to be a mystifying experience for the young woman, but soon turned into an unsettling one, as she suddenly started feeling a sense of dread within her. Just before she almost entered the church, she started feeling increasingly uncomfortable with the skirt she was wearing. So, she turned around and started walking back to change into her regular attire. On her way, she stopped by some of the nuns who needed her help, but she yelled at them uncharacteristically and continued walking back. She was again stopped by Sister Nicolita, the Mother Superior, who attempted to appease her, but she continued to walk away, mumbling to herself. When Sister Nicolita turned her attention away from her, Irina snuck behind her back and started making rude remarks and obscene gestures. Dumbfounded by her actions, Sister Nicolita summoned Sister Paraskiva, which made Irina flee. After the evening prayers concluded, she returned to the church entrance dressed in jeans and started hopping around behind the sisters, mimicking their walks and yelling profanities at them. According to Sister Paraskiva, she looked nothing like her original self, and every time she heard the name of Jesus, she reacted badly. Upon seeing her behaviour, Father Corrigian concluded that she must have kept something from him during confession, which had thus compromised her Holy Communion. So, concerned for his penitent, he asked Sister Paraskiva to bring Irina to him for a second confession. What followed was a rather unconventional confession, where Sister Paraskiva confessed Irina's sins instead of her. As Paraskiva revealed the concealed and traumatic past of Irina's life, she started mimicking her and nodding dramatically. Father Corrigian hoped that his penitent's condition would improve after the second confession, but right after the confession, Irina dropped to the ground and began squirming. One moment yelling that she wanted to leave the abbey, while in the very next moment pleading with the nuns to let her stay. She started growing extremely reckless and started hurting herself. Shocked by what they were seeing, Father Corrigian and Sister Nicolita called for an ambulance, but as they did not get a proper response, they tied her up with a rope and drove her to the Vaslui County Hospital. Irina was diagnosed with delusional hallucinatory flush, exhibiting psychomotor agitation and onset of major psychosis. She was later transferred to the psychiatric ward, where due to her violent outbursts, she had to be restrained and kept under medicated sleep. There, Irina was diagnosed with disorganized schizophrenia, which by all accounts was a diagnosis meant only to facilitate the prescription of antipsychotic medication. Within 4 days on such medication, her health worsened and she was once again transferred to the intensive care unit. 12 days later, after it was concluded that she had recovered, Irina was released into the care of the Holy Trinity Monastery. During her time at the psychiatric ward, Irina often complained of hearing demonic voices, but she was never taken seriously, and these voices never stopped, despite the hospital claiming that she had recovered. When Sister Nicolita was supervising her in the monastery, she's said to have witnessed her screaming, singing, and rocking back and forth at the edge of her bed, while staring at the empty wall in front of her. According to her, Irina was demonically possessed, and she felt the shivers of hell in her presence. The exorcism. Soon, Irina made her third confession to Father Karagian, and this time, it appeared to have worked. She was back to her original self, and Father Karagian and the nuns of the monastery were happy about it. Inspired by her progress, Father Karagian told Irina that they could continue taking care of her at the monastery, but that they would need more resources for her medication and accommodation, for which he asked her to yield her savings to the church. She ended up doing it only to be filled with distress later. With a huge portion of her savings gone, her tantrums returned. She started cursing the nuns of the monastery and threatened to hurt them with karate moves. While the situation worsened and her becoming more and more violent, Father Karagian pinned her down, tied her up, gagged her mouth with a towel, and confined her to a room. While being confined to a room for 2 full days, Irina started screaming and yelling in fear, claiming that the devil had come to take her. It was at this point Father Karagian decided to exorcise her. So, the nuns made an extemporary cross, chained Irina to it, taped her mouth, and took her into the church to begin the exorcism ritual. According to Sister Nicolita, if they hadn't chained her to the cross, she would have killed herself or someone else. Also, one of the other sisters who were involved claimed that Irina knew that she was possessed, and she herself asked them to tie her up and help her. During the ritual, Father Karagian tried to give her holy water and blessed bread, which she refused to take. This further enforced his belief that she was indeed possessed by the devil furthermore. After hours of relentless struggle not seeming to work, Irina was carried to the enclosed veranda of the church and placed on a quilt, which she was still tied to the cross. The entire event repeated for 2 more nights and days before she was finally untied from the cross. On the morning of 15th of June, after Father Karagian claimed that she was cured, Irina was untied from the cross after 3 long days, and she was too weak to even stand on her own feet. Her mouth was severely wounded, and she appeared to be completely hydrated. The nuns tried to feed her bread soaked in warm tea, but she soon became unresponsive. With her barely breathing and her pulse fast dropping, the paramedics were called. Before they arrived, the nuns prepared Irina for the hospital, as they washed her body and dressed her like a nun, and the whole time Irina was simply limp and quiet. When the paramedics finally arrived 30 minutes later and checked Irina, they concluded that she must have died a few hours prior to their arrival. But Father Karagian and the nuns refused this. They claimed that they had given her tea and bread only an hour before. Overwhelmed by the situation, the paramedics drove her to the hospital, and on their way, They attempted resuscitation by injecting her with adrenaline every few minutes. When they reached the hospital, it was concluded that the girl had already died. The doctor who examined her said that the young woman looked like a 60-year-old woman because of her injuries and intense dehydration. The authorities were informed about Irina's death and a criminal investigation commenced. Aftermath. Father Corrigian and the 4 nuns who helped him, Nicolita, Adina, Alina and Simona, were charged with murder, although they strongly claimed that Irina had died because of an overdose of adrenaline, which was injected into her on her way to the hospital. Father Corrigian was initially charged with aggravated murder and sentenced to 14 years in prison, while the 4 nuns were sentenced to between 5 and 8 years. But upon appeal, Father Corrigian's sentence was later reduced to 7 years. He was defrocked by the Romanian Orthodox Church, and the 4 nuns were relieved of their duties. While some believe that Irina was suffering from mental illness, others, including Irina's brother, still insist that Irina was possessed by the devil, and that Father Corrigian was trying his best to save her. So, was Irina's final battle against the devil, or a mental illness, or a combination of both? I leave it to your own judgment. When I was a kid, my mom moved us into an apartment, which had been an old home, converted into apartments. The house was about 3 homes down the street from a mortuary, in which there was a wayward cemetery behind it. So when we first moved in, I think everything was fine. But eventually, my mom's bedroom door would swing open and slam shut and repeat. My mom told me that it was something wrong with the hinges of the door, which caused it to do that. Some days, it would open and shut here and there, but there were some nights it would go wild. Fast forward, I didn't want to sleep in my room because I always saw the silhouette of a person in my doorway just looking at me. I would be literally frozen. One specific thing that happened to me that I know for sure I will never forget is that one day my grandmother was babysitting me and she told me not to run in the house. She left me inside to go sit on the porch, so I decided to fill my water gun and join her. I went into the kitchen, which, if you can picture, was a straight shot from the back of the apartment to the front door with no obstructions. A sprinter's dream. The setup went like this: 1 kitchen, 2 dining room, living room and door. Just wide open space. I filled my water gun and took off at full speed. As soon as I hit the living room, I was pushed and held down. I screamed, but nothing would come out. It felt like I was glued to the floor for hours. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't move. Nothing. It felt like sleep paralysis, except I was fully awake. I honestly don't know how long I was on the floor, but 1 minute the sound didn't exist, and the next it was like someone turned the volume of the universe up to the max as my grandma walked in the door. The look I gave her had to be wild, because I was so confused. I asked her if she heard me screaming, and she looked at me like I was crazy and said no. I ended up telling her what happened to me, and she sternly told me not to run around in that apartment. That night, when my mom got home from work, I heard her mentioning how, "You know that man killed his wife and hung himself in your bedroom doorway? And that's why it keeps opening up. Now she's feeling and seeing things." My mom began letting me sleep with her or on the couch. Our neighbour said that one time she locked her front door, which was a chain lock deadbolt and bottom lock. It was midday and she went to take a shower. When she got out, the front door was wide open. I still try to research the home and overall area, but I always come up empty. I started seeing ghosts when I was a kid. First memory I have is going to an elderly neighbour's house with my mom when I was about 5. As we were walking to her house, I saw this elderly man standing in her garden. He smiled and appeared friendly. My mom walked on by him without saying a word. He never said anything either. I thought it was strange, but didn't say anything. We got inside the house and were chatting with the neighbour when I saw him in the hallway to the living room. He was watching us and smiling and not saying anything. I saw a photo of him in the living room with the neighbour lady, so I figured he must live there. Still, I noticed no one looked at him or said anything to him. Finally, curiosity got the best of me and I said, "Who is that man in the hallway, smiling and looking at us?" My mum and neighbour said no one was there and looked at me confused. I said, "The man in the picture is standing in the kitchen smiling at us and no one is saying anything to him." They told me that was impossible because her husband, Bud, died 2 weeks ago, and that's why my mom came to visit her. Second time was when I was visiting my uncle's house. He and his wife had just gotten a waterbed, which was popular at the time. He was showing it to my mum and I. As we walked up the stairs to their bedroom, I saw this man who appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, sandy blonde hair, wearing only boxer shorts, pacing back and forth in the upstairs hallway. We walked right by him, and again, no one but me looked or said anything to him. I thought that was strange. He continued to walk back and forth on that strip of hallway outside the door, and even looked in the room at us a few times. Again, I was curious about what was going on, so I asked my mum and uncle, "Who was the man walking around in the hallway?" They looked confused. My uncle said, "No one should be there. Let me go look." He came back a few minutes later and said he saw no one. I said, "He's still outside the door." My uncle went quiet for a minute, sighed and said, "Well, he's harmless then. Don't worry about it." My mom, even more concerned, asked my uncle what he meant by that and what was going on. My uncle then said that my cousin, who's the same age as me, had also reported seeing a man in their house. My uncle said he would tell my mom more about it, and we went downstairs. They made me play outside while they talked. I found out years later from my mom that my cousin, who also saw the man, was not believed by his parents at first, that it was anything other than an imaginary friend. That was until my cousin started saying that the man lived in that house and wanted to know why they were there. My aunt took him to a psychologist and everything. She eventually did some research on the house and discovered that a man in his early 30s had committed suicide in the house in the early 80s, a few years before they bought it. Also, when my cousin's younger brother was old enough to talk, he also began reporting that he too saw the man and was absolutely terrified of him because he said he would come into their room. He was so terrified he didn't want to sleep by himself. He refused to sleep in his bedroom. Another ghost sighting happened a few years later when I was about 8 or 9. My brother and I used to play near a creek in the backyard. Across the creek was an old house. This kind-looking old man came outside the house and watched us play, but never said a word to us. He seemed to really enjoy watching us play and didn't seem weird at all. He seemed to be a genuinely nice guy. He had white hair, was very fair-skinned, skinny, and always wore the same dress clothes. A button-up beige dress shirt and dark brown dress pants and dress shoes. The thing that made me begin to feel uneasy was the fact that my outgoing brother never acknowledged the old neighbour man. He never looked in his direction, nor said a word. See, I didn't notice this the first 2 times we played back there, and never thought anything weird because the man seemed harmless. One day, I finally got the courage to ask my brother if he saw the man sitting there on the porch. We were very close to the house, so he could clearly see anything that was there. My brother looked up and around and asked me if I was messing with him and trying to scare him. I couldn't believe it. There the man was, clear as day, and yet I was the only one who saw him. I told my brother I was going back to the house, and he should come with me. He didn't, so I went to the house and asked my mom, who lived in that house. She said that no one had lived in that house for years. I told her about the old man, and she said to get my brother and not go back there until my dad checked it out. I never saw him again. The story doesn't end there though. It gets even more creepy. A few years later, a family moved into that house. We made friends with the two girls who lived there. One day, the oldest girl told us that their house was haunted. They said they heard their cabinet doors in the kitchen open and close at night sometimes, and no one would be there, and the light switches would turn on and off. She said that her younger sister said she saw the ghost and described him as an older gentleman, and said his name was Frank and that he lived in that house. The family eventually moved away not too long after that. Years later, I was walking with my grandma at the cemetery above our house, and she commented that the grave we went by was that of the neighbour who used to live behind our house. He died in the 1960s when my dad was a baby. According to his tombstone, he was 62 when he died. His first name? Frank. I asked my grandma if he was a fair-skinned, white-haired, slim-looking man, and she said yes, and asked if I'd seen a picture of him. I told her the story. It creeped her out too. I had a strange experience when I was at my first job. I was 19 and working the night shift at a house taking care of severely disabled people who couldn't talk, walk, or do anything on their own. I was washing dishes when I looked up and saw what I thought was my co-worker walking into one of the clients' rooms to check on them. I wanted to speak with her, so I followed her into the room, and there was no one there but the client who was sleeping in bed. I looked out the window of the room and saw my co-worker outside fixing another co-worker's car. They were both outside. I honestly wasn't paying close attention to the woman I saw who walked into that bedroom. I just noticed she had short hair and was about the same height as my co-worker. When my co-worker came back inside, I told her that I could have sworn I saw her walk into the bedroom, and so I followed her, and no one was in there. I thought I was losing my mind. My co-workers looked at me and said that what I saw wasn't unusual, or the first person who claimed to see a woman in that house. Apparently, that place had been the scene of a double homicide many years ago. A man and a woman were shot to death while they slept in their bed. Many people apparently have reported seeing what they believe to be the woman's ghost. The story I'm about to tell is not one I personally experienced, but one told to me by my father, who experienced it firsthand many years ago. He went on a raccoon hunting trip one autumn night with his uncle and a family friend of theirs. Hunting raccoons, usually at night, using a scent hound bred for that type of thing. It was common in the southern United States, and that's where this took place. In a remote, rural area in the southeastern US in the late 1970s or early 1980s. It should be noted that a good trained coonhound never leaves a raccoon. It tracks and corners up a tree. My uncle had two fully trained, reliable coonhounds with an excellent hunting record. On this particular night, the three men each had a light source. One had a carbide lamp, another had a brand new flashlight with brand new batteries, and another had a lantern. The location they chose to hunt in was an area my uncle had been many times. It was truly a remote area, far removed from civilization, and was one of the most beautiful wilderness areas one had ever seen. It was located near a national park. That night, they drove a little farther out than they usually did, and let the dogs out. It didn't take long for the dogs to track down a raccoon. The men followed the dogs and had to walk quite a bit off the regular path this time. They ended up well outside the usual area. It was an area my uncle was not familiar with. They found the dogs at a very large tree situated on a cliff. There was no other trees around it, and they could hear the sound of water flowing in a creek beneath the cliff. The strange thing about the tree was this stone that was sitting beneath it. My dad said the stone resembled a gravestone, the way it was positioned upright just below the tree, and the way it looked. It looked almost as if it had been placed there. As soon as the hunting party reached the tree where the dogs were, the dogs suddenly went silent and walked away from the area, in the direction from which the group had just come. My uncle noted that the dogs' behaviour was uncharacteristic of them, because they had never just walked off like that when there was a raccoon in a tree. My dad thought it was odd as well. He said he had never seen them act that way. It was as if something had spooked them. Baffled by the dogs' behaviour, they decided to look to see if there was a raccoon there. My dad leaned back against the stone and shone his light up into the tree. There was no raccoon to be found, which again was highly unusual. If there wasn't a raccoon, what were they chasing? As soon as my dad leaned against the tree and shone the light into it, their friend's carbide lamp suddenly went out. My dad said that as soon as their friend uttered the words, "My light went out," the other two lights simultaneously went out as well. Alone in the woods and completely in the dark, a feeling of uneasiness settled over the men. My uncle, who was a logical-minded man, calmly stated, "There's probably a reasonable explanation for what has just happened. We need to all remain calm. Let's just step away from here and make our way back to the jeep." So they headed back the way they came. About a half mile to a mile on their way back, their lights all came back on, as if nothing had happened. They found the dogs a little farther down the way, nearer to the jeep. My dad never went back there to hunt again. What is interesting to note is this particular area is near a well-known area of the park, where lots of people through the years drowned in the river there. It's purported to be a haunted spot. There have been ghost sightings and all kinds of strange occurrences in that area. It's possible they wandered into the park, near the very spot where some unfortunate soul drowned. So I worked for a construction company up until recently, and within the first week of working there, we were working on a specific job that was relatively close to me, so I drove there every morning. I'd just passed my driving test, so I was taking every opportunity I could to get to drive. And I was taking full advantage of all the driving comforts available. I had my radio on, but I had one of those radio and Bluetooth transmitters that you can connect to your phone and play your own Spotify or Apple Music or whatever through, so you can listen to your own music and playlists. So I was listening to my own playlist, driving on my way to work, and for some reason, it was being kind of glitchy and the signal was being temperamental, even though the radio transmitter was literally a couple of feet away from my radio aerial at all times. Whilst I was driving, the signal got so bad, it was cutting out. Then I started to hear muffled voices through the radio. Not like a talk show, but like people were communicating. Like in one of those cliché movies where people accidentally tap into Russian communications or something like that. And it went on for a few seconds. Muffled voices that I couldn't really hear properly to understand. Then out of nowhere, clear as day, the word killing. Just one word, nothing else. Then it went back to the muffled voices for a couple of seconds. The perfect signal again, and back to my playlist. I was honestly so creeped out. I told my mum about it, but she just brushed it off, which was so weird to me because she's always been very sensitive to all things paranormal. The only explanation would be that I drove through an area where the same signal that my transmitter transmits was being transmitted from somewhere else, and I happened to pick it up. But I drove through that area at the same time every morning, and it never happened before or again. And that also doesn't explain the actual stuff I heard. Muffled voices, and one word, killing. What the fuck? I'm a very skeptical person, and a non-religious person, even though I was raised in a very Catholic family. I always tried to use logic and reason before anything else, and I never knew what to think about this event. So this happened to me 20 years ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. One day, I woke up in the middle of the night. I don't know what time it was, but everybody in my house was already sleeping. I wasn't sleepy or tired anymore, and I looked at this hallway, and there was moonlight coming from my window directly to this hallway. It was dark, but not much because of the moonlight, and I spot this strange shadow standing but moving on the same spot, like it couldn't decide where to go. I didn't feel any bad feelings or chills, nothing negative about it. I was just seeing it with my eyes. An humanoid shadow. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso and a head, but I couldn't see the face or the eyes, and I don't know if it was male or female. It was the shadow of a little kid, but darker than anything I ever saw before, so I could distinguish it from the hallway, and it was moving so erratic, but standing on the same spot in the middle of the hallway. If I could say something about it, I could say the shadow was disorientated. Don't get me wrong, even though I didn't feel anything negative about this shadow, I was scared as hell. I thought someone was invading the property. I got in planking position in my bed. Then I proceeded to sit in my bed without breaking my visual contact. And I started screaming for my parents and for help. And that thing reacted to my voice, and it started to run away from me towards my parents' room, which their door was open. And I saw how the shadow took a left and went inside of my dad's closet, which was a big closet, almost like a little room, and the door was open. Then everyone woke up, and my arm himself with the gun, and checked the closet, and nothing was there. We looked everywhere in the house and the surroundings. There was no evidence of forced entry. There was nothing. The thing just vanished. My parents told me I was just having a bad dream. But I knew what was a dream and a nightmare. Even sleep paralysis, but trust me, it was none of those. I know to this day that what I saw was real. A few days ago, I told this to my friend in great detail, and he told me about the shadow people. I just want to know what the hell that was. I was a senior, and this girl was 2 years below me. She always went by Claro, but I'm pretty positive that was just a nickname. I never had a class with her, but I saw her around at the gym, the cafeteria, things like that. The first time I ever chatted with Claro, I found myself telling her super personal or intimate details about my life, and I couldn't stop myself from doing it. Some of it was just personal drama between me and my friends, but I also told her some things that I'd never told anyone before, like deeply held secrets. It wasn't until after the conversation ended that I realized everything I told her, and I left with very little memory of what she said to me. The next time I interacted with her, I was on my way to an exam, which was just minutes from starting, and I didn't want to be late, or else I'd fail automatically. I passed her on the sidewalk, and she stopped me. In a situation like this, I wouldn't have even stopped for a close friend. I would have just said, "Sorry, can't talk right now. I have an exam to get to," and kept walking. But for some reason, my legs would not move when Claro started talking with me. Like the other conversation with her, I don't remember much. Halfway through though, I completely forgot about my exam. When she left, I even stood there for a few minutes just thinking, what was I doing again? The third interaction I had with her is the one I remember the most. She walked up to me at the gym and asked for $20. I didn't question it at all and proceeded to hand her the cash right out of my phone case. It took me a full day to realise something was off. I almost never give money to anyone, even my friends. She asked me for money on one other occasion, but thankfully I had no cash to give her and she walked away. I spent the rest of senior year avoiding her. I don't know what it was about her, but she had that really weird effect on me, and I don't know how to explain it, other than she hypnotised me somehow. Maybe I'm just super susceptible to the kind of thing, and she targeted me because of that. Has anyone had other experience like this? I rented a room from a very dark energy person. Lots of things were always happening. This dark energy person moved in about the same time I did. And shortly after, all the trees in the yard started to die, one by one. All different kinds. A peach tree, a huge pine tree, 2 junipers, an apple tree. I don't know what they all were, but it's certainly something to take note of if this happens to you. This person started to zero in on me. I stayed in my room all the time to avoid having to deal with this person directly. Then, things started to appear under the bed. I would hear and feel them moving around or hitting my mattress. Then, something under the bed would come and wrestle me for my blanket or clothing in the dark, waking me up, fighting for my blankets. I never saw this entity. It was always dark. One night, it was pulling on my clothing. I had to grab its bony fingers and pry them loose at least 4 times from my shirt. I was more asleep than awake while doing this, so I'm thinking to myself, the wooden buttons on my shirt were getting stuck on my wooden headboard, and I had to pry each button loose, one by one. By the time I got to the 5th button, I was fully awake and realised I had a t-shirt, no buttons. And what I thought was a wooden surface catching my shirt by its buttons was actually bony fingers. This thing tried to kill me with bones 3 times in a span of about 8 months. It would do so by shoving what felt like a chicken leg bone down my throat, blocking my airway so I couldn't breathe. I don't know how I survived the final attempt. I was without oxygen for quite some time. I have no way of knowing how long, but it was a long time. I remember thinking, this time I'm going to die. It was horrible. A year ago, my roommate purchased a camera that detects motion to put into his toddler's bedroom and our living room. Not too long after installing the camera, before we got a memory card for the camera to have recorded camera footage, an image was captured on it. I was home alone with my boyfriend when I received a motion alert notification. I checked it and was bombarded with the image of whatever the hell that was. My roommate didn't believe that our house was haunted or even in ghosts prior to a couple weeks ago. Before I get into what caused him to change his mind, let's go over the weird happenings around the house for the last year. My boyfriend believed that the image was really weird motion capture of a fly. He didn't believe our house was haunted either. We got home from a doctor's appointment one day to one of our pillows in our bedroom mid-air. It promptly fell once we saw it. That changed his mind. After being noticed by other people, whatever entity in my house started just being straight up inconvenient. Literally stole an about to be smoked cigarette from the top of the dresser. My boyfriend asked me not to use his favourite pencil, and he went to work. Not even 5 minutes after he left, I sat up to walk to the bathroom, and the pencil was floating mid-air and dropping. It's actually disappeared since. The ghost has authority issues. I was in the kitchen getting a drink one day, and very clearly felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned, and no one was there. Creeped me out. Same night, my roommate's daughter tried to go to the bathroom after a long car ride, and the ghost was literally holding the door shut. I mean, like, door's unlocked, knob is unturnable, door budges a little bit, but not much. It didn't let her into the bathroom until she asked nicely. Like she said, "Can I please go to the bathroom?" And the door opened. I don't like the idea of having a bathroom-dwelling ghost. The ghost decided to shake our door one day. No idea why. Just grabbed the door and started pulling it back and forth. The ghost turned the light off in the bathroom while I was taking a shower, and I almost joined it in the afterlife when I ate shit on the bathroom floor trying to get to the light switch. Let's get the whole roommate to believe us finally. He was playing with the sun in his bedroom when the door shut very slowly but completely. This doesn't happen in our house. Our house is level, and he replaced the hinges on his door within the last couple years because they broke and his door wouldn't shut all of the way. I've never seen that man actually scared, but he called me into his room right after, obviously frightened, and said, "I believe you now." I've worked in an emergency call centre for nearly a decade. I've spent about half of that time, off and on, working the late night shift and have many interesting experiences. We get a lot of strange calls at night that are usually written off as people experiencing sundowners syndrome. If you're not familiar, sundowners is an increase in anxiety and confusion that occurs in some individuals as the sun begins to set. The individual could otherwise be fine during the daylight hours. A few of those that call in, though, I cannot help but believe they are experiencing ghosts. One nice person would call in the middle of the night and talk about the people outside of her residence. She would describe them in great detail and even describe speaking to them. One time, she was speaking to a young girl and boy, but they kept running from her when she would try to approach them. They were telling her about how they could not find their mother. Another time, she called and stated there was a man outside of her home, using a water hose to clean a deer he had killed. We would respond and find nothing but a little old lady living out in the woods. This went on for several weeks. We would also get what we call ghost calls, which would be a random call from a disconnected line, which would just be static. This one ghost call I would often get was from an address where an accused paedophile, hiding from the police about 2 hours south of his hometown, was found after he had hanged himself there. I was working when his body was found, and later, when I would get calls from that address, it would just be static. It was spine-chilling. Almost like you could hear someone breathing. A call back to the number would always get a, "You have reached a number that has been disconnected." We've never been able to get an official explanation for this anomaly. I'm a security officer. I just recently got a job at an emergency shelter doing the graveyard shift. I'm convinced that this building is haunted. I researched that it was built during 1912, and it was taken over by my company in 2015, about 7 years after they had it. When I first started, I didn't feel any way about it until I got this unnerving feeling 2 months ago. In my gut, there was a feeling of being watched by someone or something unseen. I felt uneasy, like I couldn't relax or go to sleep on my break time, which I took around 5:30 to 6:30 a.m. There's a weird vibe in the unit day or night that they use for a break room and also a case manager office during the day. I haven't encountered anything supernatural, but I believe spirits are there, and I witnessed 3 things I saw from the corner of my eye. One day, at my desk, the garbage lid shook as if someone placed something in it. 2, I saw the bathroom door in the unit move window. It was barely open, and there wasn't a wind. The window is between buildings. 3, Also on the CCTV camera one morning, I witnessed the attendance sheets the residents signed to go in or out. The platform attached to the door flip up in the air and stayed that way on the clipboard for about 2 minutes, until I put them back in their original position. Yes, I was spooked, and I knew the other papers that were on the wall nearby did not move that swiftly if there was a wind. They would have all reacted that way. I spent 2 months in this break room before anyone told anything. All alone, 5:30 to 6:30 a.m. And let's include on my patrols, I used to go in the unit to vape in the bathroom. That's why I liked it, because I had privacy. Well, I thought I did. They all said the same thing when I told them the feeling of fear. I don't want to take breaks there anymore. They said, yep, upstairs is creepy. Please note, they're always complaining about being cold in the hot building that has old radiator poles and portable heaters they turn on. But I know the cold-hot feeling of a strange presence when I feel it. I'm still working here and still feel uneasy every day and do everything to avoid the break room, the basement, an empty unit by myself. This one staff member told me she was one day in the eerie break room and heard someone calling her name, and no one was in the small unit, and now she doesn't go there. There's also a spooky alarm clock in the case manager office, in the eerie break room that goes off exactly 11:04 p.m. every night. I got in to go to the locker room as if it was waiting for me, or something. Yep, it goes off every night, in the unit non-stop, and the noises of mousers running around. They also had a rat infestation from the next door building, and there were lots of rats running around the yard. Everything is just creepy. I noticed a sweet smell like an air freshener, and there wasn't one plugged in another staff, and I was wondering what the smell was. I for a second possibly thought it could be the entity because the smell comes and goes. There's also this familiar disincentive smell of a vape flavour, which it smells like, but not the same flavour I'm currently using on the floor of the break room. I haven't got there for a week now. Like this is a thing sending smells to get attention as well. Sitting at the front desk, not even near the entrance, and the sensor door makes noises after someone has entered or out-exited. No one is there. Sitting at the front desk again, all alone, with 2 other staff in the department room, inside a room. They're sleeping. I witnessed with my very own eyes the garbage lid move again from its place it's been in for hours. I was frightened because it's not the first time it has happened, but the first time I caught it. I'll be considering a transfer soon if things don't settle. So my dad passed away when I was 8 years old. I hadn't seen him for a few years, and he and my mother weren't together anymore, so it didn't affect me too much, even though it affected my mum quite a bit, as she was crying when she told me. So when I was 8, I had a paranormal experience involving my dad. This is the only paranormal experience I've had that I've remembered so vividly. To summarise, I saw him while sleeping in my mum's room early in the morning. He gave me the evilest look, and I was very scared, and he kissed my mum on the forehead. That's the important details. So basically, I think about it every now and then, and tonight I brought it up to my mum, and we both talked about the experience. Tonight I found out that mum was having dreams about him around this time, and I said to her, I've never seen him again. I wonder why. She goes on to tell me that the last dream she had of him was her asking if she will see him again. He said no. This was the last time. And that was it. We've never heard from him again. I've been crying over this for a while now, because it makes me so sad that he never said goodbye to me. My mum got all these dreams from him, and I got a scary encounter that has traumatized me for the rest of my life. I don't know why he gave me that mean look, and my mum got a forehead kiss. Also to note that my dad was married to another woman before he passed, so I don't get the forehead kiss. Maybe it was the proper last goodbye. Everything confuses me about this, and I'm sad I never got to properly say goodbye to him. I hope he visits me in my dreams like he did with my mum and says a proper goodbye, so I can be at peace with myself and my strained relationship with him. I'm a skeptic when it comes to the supernatural and paranormal. For me, it's fun to talk about, watch some interviews or TV, etc. But if you ask me if it's possible, I would say, yes, it's possible, but I maintain that it's really not probable. We've been in our house going on 5 years. The house sits on a little more than a half-acre in southwest Florida. The area is country-ish, between rural and suburban, but not what you call out in the boondocks. We do have wildlife: squirrels, raccoons, opossums, foxes, an occasional coyote, box turtles, hawks, bats and owls. And once in a while, a gator will show up in the neighbourhood, on its way to the river. The house was built in the early 80s, but no one has died, and there have been no tragedies. It did have a lot of changes in ownership in the 90s and early 2000s, plus some expansions. A bedroom was added, and the dining and living room area were added on too. The biggest change is that I've started working from home. Since shutdown, my job has transitioned into 100% remote. So I'm at home, often by myself a lot, and sometimes for 15 or more hours. My wife owns her business, so she leaves early in the morning and often doesn't get home until late. I'm about to list some things that happened around my house I just can't explain away with a degree of certainty, and I'm open to opinions. On the third or fourth night after we moved in, both my wife and I woke up screaming because we both dreamed there was someone in the room with us. We brushed it off as one of us having a bad dream and waking the other, which fed the narrative. Has not happened again since. My son moved back in about 2 years ago. One of the nights, his girlfriend slept over. She woke us all up screaming that there was someone looking in through the bedroom window. I walked around outside with a flashlight, but didn't see anything or any evidence of someone being back there. No footprints, and the back gate was still locked. And it had rained earlier, so if there had been someone there would have been some indication. Everyone in the house, at one time or another, has gone to get something in the place it should be, but it's not there. Look for it in other places, come back to the original spot, and it's there. It's happened to us all. We all comment about it. My wife and I were sitting out on the back deck one night, talking and basically relaxing, when we both saw a shape or shadow move across the back fence. We both turned to each other and said, "You saw that, right?" We assumed it was a small animal or something. As I said, we do have wildlife. The thing is, it didn't seem like an animal. It wasn't scurrying or moving fast, just sort of moving along. As I said earlier, I'm often home alone for several hours a day. I do catch movement out of the corner of my eye or periphery. The most common occurrences are, I'll be laying in bed watching TV, waiting for my wife to come home, and I'll catch movement in the hallway or around the bedroom door. I'll check it out, and there's nothing there. I'll be working in my office, and I'll see something low come in, and I assume it's the dog. I'll look up from the screen to pet her, but the dog isn't in the room. I go look for her, and she's sleeping on the couch or somewhere else in the house. Another thing about the dog is occasionally she'll just sit in the middle of the living room and howl, like she's trying to get our attention. But she doesn't want to go out or want food or water. She just howls. We have no clue why. She'll also jump up suddenly and stand at the front door like she's expecting someone to come in, but no one is there. She does the same thing when my son comes home, so we're used to the behaviour and know what she's doing. But on those occasions, no one is coming home. She's just standing there, waiting. The most recent thing happened the night before last. I walked out of the kitchen and I caught the movement of the door to my son's room opening. When I turned to look, I saw my wife from the back go into the room and a light went off. I asked out loud, "What are you doing?" And she replied from our bedroom at the opposite end of the house. My wife came out of our room and asked what was going on, and I told her. She walked into the room and turned on the light my son usually leaves on. Nothing strange in there, except the light being off. That's about it. No one in the house is frightened or afraid or feels threatened. There's no creepy vibe here. If anything, it's a pretty relaxed and peaceful home. I'm only posting this here because this is where the skeptics are supposed to be. To be honest, some of my explanations seem a little stretchy, and I'm trying too hard. For example, in the last experience I listed, I had been working for 12 hours straight. My brain and eyes were tired from staring at a computer screen all day. We had just finished dinner, and I had just finished putting our dishes in the sink, and was heading back to the bedroom when it occurred. After I had regained my bearings, I figured my tired brain was filling in something my tired eyes were reacting to. To what and to why that way? I have no clue. We went for a jog together a couple of evenings ago in our local park area. As it's winter, it gets dark pretty early, so it was dark except for the streetlights. At the end of our run, we were walking back through the park area when across a small grassy area, we noticed some kind of floating, orb-like, shiny-looking thing. The two paths are maybe about 60 feet apart, and this object was floating, but still travelling forward. I think we noticed this together and stood looking at it for a few seconds. I was trying to figure out what the hell it could be when all of a sudden my friend started whistling and calling it over. At this point, it stopped travelling for a few seconds, changed direction, and started making its way towards us across the grass. As it was getting closer, it was morphing into different shapes. We both looked at each other, and he said, "Is that what I think it is?" I said, "Yeah." And we both just turned and ran as fast as we ever have, away from it, without looking back. After we got some distance away, we calmed down and just couldn't explain what had happened. We discussed it, and we both saw the exact same thing. Right now, we regret not actually staying to see what would have happened. But at that moment, I guess our primal instincts just kicked in, and we legged it. If I was by myself, I would have 100% chalked it up to my imagination. But since we both saw the exact same thing, we're very confused. It might also be worth pointing out that the park is right beside an old graveyard, and that is where the entity was heading before my friend called it over. So for the last 3 years, I've been dealing with something that watches me while I sleep. It has appeared in 3 different forms, or for all I know, it could have been 3 separate entities. It all started not long after I moved into a new home. In the early days, it never showed itself. I would just get a feeling of being watched any time I went near my bedroom window. It didn't really bother me back then, as I just wrote it off as being paranoid. After about a year, I would start to see it in the corner of my eye, but it would dart onto the roof as soon as I looked at it. I'll describe it to the best of my ability, since I've never gotten a good look at this one. It has pale whitish blue skin, so skinny you can see its bones, and has bright white pupilless eyes. I eventually got rid of it by placing salt in front of my window, and that got rid of it for about a year. However, when it returned, it came back. It came back stronger than before. I would start to hear a little girl's voice calling my name as I would try to fall asleep, though I'm not sure if this was connected to this thing or something else. As well as this, I would hear whispering in my ears and scratching at my bedroom door. Not long after this, I saw a human face in my window when I woke up. The man I saw was wearing a black cloak. He had a very cultish look about him. But the part that freaked me out the most was that once I looked at it, it just stared straight at me and turned its head slightly. Once I recovered from shock, I booked it downstairs and hid in the basement. When I came back up the stairs, it was gone. The next night, the same thing happened, except it was like half goat, half man. Its fur all jet, and it looked like it was muttering something under its breath. I've only seen one other thing in the time since then, and that was a shadow through the curtains. Well, I was showering, but it disappeared when I opened the curtains. If anyone has had similar experiences or has any idea what I might be dealing with, I would greatly appreciate you reaching out to me. I have a history of sleep paralysis, but it always happens when I'm on my back. It's usually pretty quiet and serene. I sometimes would see an abstract human-like figure who was ghost white with long black hair and appeared to be female. It used to creep me out, but I've learned to just keep my eyes closed and fall back asleep. It was a huge comfort once I got a little older and realised that there was actually nothing threatening about these episodes, and that it was basically just a harmless hallucination. I learned to recognise my sleep paralysis and cope with it, so it was no longer a stressor for me. Now fast forward. I was in college at this point, living at home with my parents and two of my brothers. I had fallen asleep in the family room, which was an extra open space we used as a playroom growing up. My parents' house was built in the 70s, and at one point, an addition to the house was added by previous owners. That's where our family room is. I had fallen asleep on the couch back there. It faced the entrance of the living room, and from here, you could see the kitchen and part of the living room. I was having a perfectly normal dream when suddenly the dream was abruptly changed. Metaphorically, it felt like I had been casually watching cartoons when a broadcast alert interrupted the program to bring the viewers terrible news. I don't remember much about the dream, just a few details. It was Christmas. The lights are off, but the Christmas tree illuminated things enough to see. It was a different house. Yet the view from my sleeping position could overlay the view of the dream perfectly, if that makes sense. Like the layout of the dream was built upon what my sleeping eyes were looking at in real life. There was a very unhappy and angry little boy. He was very small for his age and skinny. His head was too large for his body, and he was wearing a helmet. I got the impression that maybe he was sickly and was wearing the helmet for medical reasons. Then, in real life, I was awakened by the entire house shaking. I don't live in a place that has earthquakes, so this immediately freaked me out. It was insanely loud. I could hear the windows rattling and could feel everything crumbling around me. I was unable to move. The room was dark, but I think there was a weird green glow. I kept hoping someone would come get me and save me. Now this part might sound a little insane and dumb, but please bear with me. The fear I felt was very real at seeing something like this that I couldn't explain. There was some kind of monster right in front of me. It looked like a tangle of limbs and had no face. I felt like it wanted to hurt me, and I was extremely threatened by it. I remember thinking like, is this actually happening? How am I going to explain this to anybody? I was completely panicked at this point, but still couldn't move. It's the worst fear I've ever felt in my life. I don't remember what happened after that. Just that at some point I was able to break free, and I ran to the bedroom that was back here with me. My dad was sleeping in there, and he was the closest person in the house. I woke him up bawling like a baby and trying to explain what just happened. I think my family thought I was having a mental breakdown when we all went over it again the next day. I've no real explanation for that night. Like I said before, I know my body and I know my sleep paralysis episodes. This felt like something different. I was on my stomach when it happened, not my back. I also distinctly felt like a foreign presence had entered the room that night and terrorized me. That wasn't just my own brain this time, this was something else entirely. It's never happened again since, but my family and friends all agreed that this edition of the house never feels quite right, especially at night. I decided never to sleep back there again, and have been fine ever since. Whenever we have guests, they always feel anxious sleeping back there, and some have reported having unusual or disturbing dreams when sleeping back there. I'm not usually quick to believe paranormal explanations for stuff, but there is a small detail that's likely unrelated, but I thought would be interesting. A few years later, once all of the kids moved out, my mom started remodeling the house. They knocked a wall down, and inside was a mummified kitten alongside a vintage black and white photo of a girl. It freaked the contractor out, and they decided to throw it away, but my brother sent me a picture of it before doing so. I still get teary-eyed when remembering this incident due to how confusing and scary it was for me, and also just how sudden and unexpected it was. So almost a week ago, one of my favourite teachers from high school tragically passed away after a long and painful battle with cancer. It came as a shock to most of us, at least to me, because even though I knew he was sick, I really had strong hope and faith in my heart that he would manage to recover. Unfortunately, that was not the case. So most of my former classmates and I kind of got back together because of this tragedy, and we paid our respects the best we could to his family. I was very involved in the whole thing. As I mentioned, I truly loved him as a teacher, and he had a big impact on my life in a positive way growing up. Despite this, I had decided I would not attend the funeral or anything, as I wanted to remember him the way I knew I loved him, and felt like going would only make it harder and more depressing for me. Now the funeral was on Wednesday, and last night, I had the following dream. Everything was mostly normal. I was in my former high school, as we had what seemed like a small reunion with some of my former classmates, and we even met with another one of our teachers. We discussed our teacher's passing a little bit too, and there was just a heaviness over all of us because of it. Then, as I was leaving the school, walking through the hallways, I passed by a classroom which had the door mostly open, and as I looked, I froze. There at the front desk, I saw the teacher who had passed away, except he was very old. I forgot to mention, he was in his 40s when he passed away, so it was an early passing, which made it all the more tragic. The strange thing about it was that it seemed very realistic. Like it wasn't just the way I knew he looked, but older. He had also gained a lot of weight, and his hair was white and different. So it was very specific. I would say he looked close to retirement. I entered the classroom. The kids were also there at their desks. Basically, it was in the middle of a lesson. I walked towards my teacher and simply started bawling uncontrollably. I couldn't even get a word out. My teacher, as kind as I knew him, put his hands on my shoulder and was smiling at me warmly. He was telling the kids that I must be very emotional because we hadn't seen each other in a very long time. But when I looked at him, I for some reason could tell he knew exactly why I was crying. Like he knew he was dead in my reality. He had this very reassuring look about him and was giving me very positive vibes by just looking at me. Then I woke up and immediately started bawling my eyes out, just like I was in the dream. To me, this was very special, as I'm sure it was his spirit trying to connect with me, to give me a sort of confirmation that his soul lives on, and that he knew I cared about him very much. I'm not religious, but I do believe in a sort of afterlife which involves reincarnation. I also am a strong believer in parallel universes, so I also think walking into that classroom was a peek into another version of reality where he hadn't passed away, and went on to live a full life doing what he was so clearly passionate about, which was teaching. Very comforting experience, and it really helped me come to terms with his passing and getting some closure. I don't really believe in the paranormal all that much. Though a few nights ago, I was on a beach at night with two friends. Every year when it gets cold, we all go to the beach and drink a couple of beers around a fire in the cold. We started to gaze. I had an app that tracks satellites, and we were hoping we were able to see anything that night. I was waiting for the ISS, but it wasn't visible yet. My friend pointed out something in the sky, asking what that was. I saw what he was looking at. It was a yellowish light moving at first in a straight path. I didn't see anything on my app. I thought it could be a meteor, though it was moving slowly, and from what I knew, they only appeared for a few seconds. We were watching it for some time, when it out of nowhere made a 90-degree turn and then disappeared. A few minutes later, we spotted two of them moving and constantly switching directions. I tried to record, but couldn't get a good video. My honest opinion was we were watching a meteor shower. The strange part about all this is we took two cars, and both our cars' batteries were dead when we were leaving. This is somewhat of a common occurrence for my car, but if a few tries, it usually turns on. It wasn't turning on though. I tried to call someone that might be able to come jump our cars, but I had no service, nor did my friends. We took some time to calm down and made sure no one came round and did something to our cars. But we were parked from anything, and we would know if anyone was around. My friend pointed out the yellow light again. It was getting brighter, then started to fade to nothing. I tried to start my car again, and it worked. So did my friends. Our service was not back on till we left the beach area. For context, none of us were drunk and we did not smoke weed. I'm still confused about what I saw. I wasn't puzzled until our cars and service weren't working. My friend said he had a strange dream where strange men were asking him personal questions, but that's probably unrelated. I also had a strange eerie feeling something was off that night too. Also to add, when we were leaving on the ride home, we saw someone walking on the road to where we were with a tank top and shorts on in 30-degree weather. The road was a mile away from any civilization. The area does have a lot of strange people, so that's not super uncommon to see. No one in person believes me. Usually it's a dream where I'm visited by someone or a pet, and they're saying goodbye. I wake up already crying, and they've all died in the night no matter how physically far. The longest way was the other coast. Or I'll be driving, typing, something, and it's like a little voice saying they're going to die. They all have. Dad was the strongest, but a teacher I loved and another cat too. I stood on a trunk listening to This Year by the Mountain Goats and said my beloved cat would die. She had an aneurysm in May. And the lower stakes version is pet related, and I get the urge to record them, and I never see them again alive. And I've personally had two other near deaths involving a coma earlier this year, when I saw my beloved cat and my late father. I still have long COVID and almost died 3 weeks ago as well. I saw the afterlife with Dad. The cat stayed with me, and she always did when I was sick in person. It actually caused me to feel peace. They are still in existence somewhere. I won't be alone, but only when it's time. I want to live to see my daughter get old. I said we'd be like the Golden Girls. She didn't get it, but she's 6. My father's funeral lilies bloomed exactly once, and it was the day my daughter was born. 2013 to 2022, the lilies are alive. I hear our song every time there's a big event going on, even if I don't know it's a big deal yet. I want to understand the context of almost losing my own life, because it feels like the line between me and whatever else exists is thinner. I don't believe I'm in danger, not from any of this anyway. Maybe COVID and pineapple juice hide the taste of cheap THC, but not any of this. Note that I'm not feeling urgency or such as curiosity. Our cops are openly saying they're not coming out for non-violent offences anyway. And they don't say this part, but they're not coming out for domestic violence either. So even if I was scared, local authorities don't give a shit. Animosity between our cops and us is long-standing. But again, I feel that these are goodbyes, more than anything. I had a profound paranormal experience when I was up in Culver, Indiana 2 years ago, and it's been bothering me ever since. I was in Culver, Indiana, staying at the Vonnegut house with my family for my twin brother's graduation. The house was very old because it was built in 1889. I was sitting on the deck on the porch swing that was nearest to the door on my phone, listening to some music and enjoying myself. It was the middle of the day around 12 o'clock, and it was bright and beautiful outside. All of a sudden, I heard what sounded to be like small rocks hitting the deck of the sunroom that were being thrown in my general direction. When I looked to see who threw them, I was thinking it was my cousin trying to be annoying. But what I saw was this almost person-shaped black mass or apparition that moved to the right, then darted off, and I could clearly hear footsteps when that thing moved. I went to look at what was thrown at me, and it was 3 pieces of gravel that are around the area below the sunroom. And when I looked down over the sunroom rail and to the right, nothing was there. I was well above 7 feet high off the ground due to the sunroom being elevated, and my cousin was only about 8 or 9. Couldn't possibly be tall enough to be visible through that railing. That thing's head was a little below the top of the railing, so it must have been over 7 feet tall. Needless to say, that experience scared me shitless, and I can say that I'm now no longer a skeptic. Does anyone have a clue as to what I experienced on that day? Yesterday, I saw some hard-to-explain things, accompanied by the eerie feeling I've had before, when I'm sure there's a spirit or other entity afoot. So the first occurrence was around 3 p.m. I was sitting in a recliner listening to an audiobook on my headphones while my son did his schoolwork on a Chromebook across the small living room in another chair. I'm next to a window and he's like 10-ish feet away next to the bar. It's a grey day and the only light on is the bar light right above the boy. I watch the birds a while as I listen, then slowly turn to lay my head back and maybe shut my eyes a moment. Then I see a shadow moving as if a person was getting up out of the chair my son was in. The bar light backlights the chair area from my point of view, so it makes sense initially, except that the size and movement of the shadow looks very adult. In fact, I first thought it was my mom, but she was at an appointment. It moved strangely too, kind of lumbering and slow. Imagine an old man pushing himself out of his favourite easy chair. Like that. And then walked away in almost a gliding fashion out of sight, going towards the kitchen and dining room area of the house. So my brain dismisses the thought it was my mom or another adult, and I turn to ask my son what he's doing. Are you done with it yet? Needing a snack? And he was still sitting in the same position, focusing on his laptop screen. I had a strange feeling and even craned my neck to look into the kitchen and dining room for someone. Then suddenly my dog, who's tethered on a lead out in the front yard, begins barking at the front door. I mean, he's not coming up to the porch, just doing his stranger alert bark while looking at our door. I sit up, totally spooked now, and look at the porch. Maybe the cat, maybe a bird, but nothing is there. He carries on another 10 seconds or so, then walks away to the side yard where he has his house. I should add that the direction the shadow figure moved could have been heading to the dining room behind us or to the door, directly behind me. I only figured it was going to the kitchen because I thought it was my kid. So that was spooky, and I feel heavy in my chest, but I shake it off and continue with my day. Later, around 1 a.m, my friend came over after he got off of work. My dog gets overly excited when we have guests, and I did not want him waking up anyone, so we sat in his car and visited. He was just coming to drop something off. So we're going over one another's day, and he's dominating the convo, so I hadn't yet mentioned the weird shadow person. It was about 1:20 by now, and I'm looking out the window, which I rolled down to better listen for my puppy making trouble inside. I space out towards the house, looking in the living room window, when I see a bright, gold, single, slow pulsation of light. We have tall windows, probably about 5 feet, and this light was long vertically and took up probably the top half of the window's height. It was very golden and appeared out of nowhere, grew very bright and long, then just as quickly dimmed into nothing again. We were sitting at the end of the driveway, and I would have noticed a car driving around the corner. Besides that, the light did not move. In fact, it was unnaturally stationary, strobed in and out without appearing to deviate from its original position. I should also add that where it was positioned would have been hovering right above the chair I thought I saw the shadow standing from earlier. I began turning my head and moving my phone around to try recreating it, although I had only turned my head before. I laugh, not knowing what else to do, and I asked my friend if he saw that, and he didn't. I described what I saw, then told him about what I saw earlier. He was a bit spooked and joked about being glad he wasn't staying over, and we laughed nervously. I turn back to the house and almost immediately see another apparition, this time in my bedroom window. It does the same thing, strobes into existence and then back out, slightly faster than the gold light did. And this light was very bright, like the other, but it was bright blue and long horizontally. The other light had been pretty well centered in one of the panes, but this one looked like it was right at the edge of the window. So as the light strobes out horizontally, part of it is not visible, disappearing beyond the wall, while the other side stretches almost halfway across the window. Oddly, the side of the window in question has another chair right next to it. It's not next to the window, but just to the left of it, where the light seemed to have been focused. I tell my friend I saw another light, describe it, and again try turning my head to create it, with no luck. I could find no explanation or source for the lights. I poked around a bit in the yard and in the living room, and my room trying to explain it, and could not. So it's not much, but I'll give you the only 2 ghost encounters I've had in my life. The first was back in 2012 at this older house. My mom was visiting a friend, and the dude had some cousins around my age at the time, down the street. Everything was normal at first. It was just me and those 2 other girls and a guy who was 16 or 17 that lived next door to them, who had come over. The 4 of us were just hanging out, and us girls were watching him play GTA San Andreas. He eventually leaves because it's almost 1 a.m, and me and the 2 girls head upstairs to their bedroom. The layout of the house was weird. The upstairs floor only consisted of a bedroom and a bathroom. However, there was a weird hallway that branched off to the left of the bathroom, that just looped around to the other side of the bedroom. Me and the girls were sitting next to the bed in this shady-ass room full of toys and stuffed garbage bags, and we heard footsteps outside the door. The one I mentioned that was off to the left of the bathroom. Mind you, there's no one else in the house but me, the girls, and their obese father. I mentioned the fact that he's obese because he was so obese that he couldn't come up the stairs. The 3 of us booked it down the stairway, but to this day, I swear I saw something in that back hallway. The second experience was a few months ago. The first story I mentioned, I think I saw something, but in this one, I actually did. My friend lived in a very old house that was deteriorating, and witchcraft had been practiced inside of it. His mother and grandmother lived there. His grandmother was the one doing the witchcraft, and this led to multiple strange things happening in the house for years. including those of my friend's mom being picked up and shook by an unseen force. There were 3 entities in that house. One was believed to be a deceased family member, a demon, and a little girl. But they also speculated that the demon might just be taking the form of the little girl. Me, having that unexplainable event happen just years prior, was a believer in the paranormal. And I still am. Well, one night I was over at his house, and it was about 11 p.m. I decided I wanted to head home because I was bored. I was standing at the stairway, just casually glancing over the railing. Well, when I glanced the last time, before heading outside, there was a black silhouette of a little girl. Of course, people won't believe me when I say this, but I quite literally saw the little girl. It was the first time I'd actually seen something, and to this day, I'm a strong believer in the supernatural. I want to preface this by saying I'm not dismissing this as a part of her imagination developing. She is 3 though, and has never constructed a narrative before, and I'm not sure where this came from. Last night, she and her little brother were both scared to go into the loft or living room. It's an old house I'm fixing up that we moved into 3 or 4 months ago. She randomly said about 2 hours ago that there's a lady in the house. I laughed and asked her what the lady does. What followed was an increasingly weird conversation where I asked simple, non-leading questions, and she gave the following info. The lady lives in the house, wears a green dress, and picks up her toys. She saw her in the window picking up toys. She lives upstairs in the loft and attic area. She can't tell us her name because the lady will get mad. The lady is her friend. The lady does not like Mom. I obviously instinctively thought there's a woman secretly living in our house because of all the stories. I took my German Shepherd up there. I have noticed before that our cat refuses to go upstairs. My dog was fine and checked the place out. We really searched every nook and cranny and there's no evidence of entry or anyone being up there. My German Shepherd didn't seem bothered by anything up there and she definitely didn't smell anyone. If someone was up there, they'd have a hard time getting her to like them. She's semi-aggressive with those outside the pack and has mauled an intruder to our house, so I don't think anyone is up there. Way back in 2002, I was living in a small studio flat apartment in Whalley Range, Manchester, UK. At the time, I was working at a restaurant as a barman and didn't get home until pretty late. One evening, I came home from work and went to bed. Shortly after, I heard noises in the kitchen which sounded like somebody walking around. My first thought was that someone had broken into my flat whilst I was out, then hid when I came home and waited until I fell asleep before trying to sneak out. I jumped out of bed, ready to wrestle a crackhead, but no one was there. I searched everywhere and went back to bed, but left a lamp on. The same noises started again almost instantly. This time, however, I could clearly hear the sound of footsteps, leather shoes on the kitchen lino floor. Because I knew there was nobody in the apartment, I became almost paralysed with fear. It's hard to describe because it's not fear in a conventional sense, but fear of something unknown. The footsteps got closer and closer until the floorboard, in line with my pillow, loudly creaked. Whatever it was standing right behind me. And that's when I heard it breathing. Its breath was loud and laboured, as if it was struggling to breathe. At this point, I was terrified as I've ever been in my life, but decided to turn around and look. I knew this may be my only chance to see something extraordinary. So very slowly, I peeked over my shoulder and saw it. It looked like a shadow. Not a 2-dimensional shadow cast on an object, but a 3-dimensional one in the middle of the room. Some of it wasn't visible. From the shoulders up and from the knees down, it had faded away. but in the area in between, I could clearly make out a back with arms and hands swing gently at the sides. I could also see the upper legs moving. It was slowly walking away from me and continued to do so until it reached a window and faded away completely. I didn't sleep that night, thinking about what I saw and if it would ever come back. Even now, some nights, I lie awake, wondering if I had actually seen a ghost. My grandfather is on hospice from cancer in his lungs, and during his period of delirium, he started seeing two boys. He described them as small, but not as little as the other, wearing jeans. Since he was in delirium, I didn't think much of it, as it was probably a hallucination, and they were upsetting him, since he said they were going into his stuff, didn't know who they belonged to, and one boy ate chili and began crying. I looked into the paranormal side of things, and I was under the impression visitors are just that, visiting. They don't tend to bother or torment the one they're visiting. These boys would bug him getting into his stuff, and were not tormentors, but they were upsetting him. So I told the boys to please go back to where they came from, since they were upsetting him. I asked him if they had names, and he said the boys would not answer him or really respond to him, and would hide around when I was around him. Again, I thought it was just a hallucination. Another night passes, and suddenly there's a little girl. Same thing. He doesn't know who she is or where she came from or who she belongs to. It bothers him since it's some strange child visiting him that he doesn't recognize. And he wants to know who the parents are. With little girl, he would make faces at her, playful faces trying to entertain her, but he never gave an age range of little girls. I do know he and his late wife had two babies, male and female, that died shortly after birth back in the 50s. Part of me thought this little girl could be his late daughter visiting. Some nights pass, and suddenly there are children, about 4 boys, 3 girls. He recognizes none of them and wonders who let all these kids in. They continue to, for a lack of a better term, hang around him until he slips out of consciousness. And then when he regains consciousness, they're still around, looking in this dresser, and he's upset because he doesn't know who these children belong to. I brush it off as his delirium, and a week passes. His condition is in the state where he started his death rattle, and so his younger sister and niece come to visit him. It's emotional, but they came in the late afternoon, and the hospice nurse was going to come by and check on his health. So his sister and niece went to visit his younger brother, who's in a nursing home, not dying, but he had his legs removed. They visit him, hours pass, and they return back to see him again, before they head back to their homes. His niece tells his daughter something interesting his brother had said during their visit. The brother was upset and irritated, thinking that my grandfather had died or he was going insane. He had told his sister and niece that he swore, for the life of him, he had heard on a previous day. He heard his brother, my grandpa, calling out to him, which freaked him out. Even more so, my grandpa was with a group of children, all laughing and playing. This made him wonder if he was going insane, because he didn't know any kids, didn't recognize the voices, or understand why his brother would be with a group of children, and he wondered if he had died. My aunt told him that no, he was still alive, which put his mind at rest. But when they left him, he was still upset, thinking he might be going insane. His daughter called me over and told me to tell them about the kids. I didn't know yet what my grandpa's brother said to them, so I told them about how he was seeing the kids. 2 at first, then more, and eventually that little group of children. They told me what his brother had said, and it sent a shiver up my spine. There was no way my aunt knew about the kids until I told her. And likewise, there's no way his brother would have known, since he has strict visits. His niece believes he's transitioning from this world into the next, and he was checking in on his younger brother. His sister, whom is also his younger sister, said that my grandpa had done this his entire life. He was always the protective good big brother, watching out for his little siblings, and believe he might have somehow visited his brother to check on him, since my grandfather could no longer call him on the telephone. I've never heard of groups of kids visiting someone who's dying, and this experience is a bit spooky to me, and I thought I'd share it. It's just so weird to me because his brother experienced the same thing, and his brother is not dying, and was so confused and upset by hearing my grandpa call out to him and seeing he was with a group of kids. Yet my grandfather was not dead when this happened. I'm curious to find if there are indeed reasons why maybe groups of children visit someone dying. Not finding much information, but figured I'd share this story here with all of you, since it is spooky to me. I've been to Yellowstone twice so far. First time it happened was in 2016. Wife and I were staying in Grant Village. It looked like it was going to rain. The weather was awful, and it was also getting cold. We zipped up the ventilation flaps and went to sleep. It was indeed raining heavily, and we got thunderstorms throughout most of the night. We woke up at around 8 a.m. and noted how beautiful that morning was. Then it hit us. All the flaps were down inside the tent. The main cover was still on. The tent was dry inside, no puddles or even objects. There were only just the two of us, nobody else. We did not hear anyone come in the tent. It was frightening for her, but I was curious. Did anyone notice anything like that? The next time it happened a week ago to a family friend. Grant Village again. She was sleeping in a hammock. She woke up feeling that her feet were cold. She reached outside. Outside? She shouldn't be able to do that. This is when she realised that her hammock was open. It was a double zipper one, and both were by her head. She woke up, that entire hammock was unzipped. On Wednesday, we were about to head to the Grand Tetons to catch the sunrise, and my shoes were completely drenched. Like they were put under water. The tent, again, was dry. No sign of water leaking in the tent, and every other cloth that was put right next to it was dry too. The last occurrence happened when we were about to leave the campground. We were at Canyon Village, and our time was up on August 4th, but we decided to avoid possible morning rush and leave early. We packed everything and we were about to head out. Wife wanted to drive, and her sister was in the passenger seat, so I got in the back seat. As I was sitting down, I felt something really cold touching me, like I was sitting in liquid. My left side of the pants were completely drenched. I jumped up, thinking maybe one of the bottles burst or something. The seat was dry. The only bottle I found was on the opposite end of the seat, an empty energy drink bottle wife's sister prefers. The wet spot was oval-shaped, and it wasn't drenched where I was sitting on it, only around. Did not have any distinct smell to it. Likely water, I thought. It was an interesting experience. The following story happened to me when I was 4 years old, and I have no recollection of it. I only know what my family has told me. When I was a kid, my dad worked in Mexico and would visit us about once a month. We lived in a small town in South Texas. One day, before picking him up at the bus station, my mom told my siblings and I to use the bathroom at home so we wouldn't have to use them at the bus station. My brother and sister said they saw me walk into the bathroom, but they never saw me walk out. My mom opened the door to check on me, and I was gone. With the layout of our apartment, it would be impossible for me to walk out without anyone noticing. My mom started panicking and called my grandpa, who was a police officer at the time. Within an hour, multiple police officers and neighbours were searching for me at our apartment complex, with no luck. 3 hours later, my godmother found me in my bedroom, sound asleep, on my bed. The weird thing is that there were multiple people searching inside the apartment as well, and they hadn't found me anywhere inside. It gets weirder. When they asked me where I was, 4-year-old me said I was in the sky making clouds with a duck, using a machine that had a crank that you would spin on one side, and then clouds would come out the other side. I also kept saying that I would see a red light on the TV screen for a few weeks. I didn't fully believe the story growing up until I was visiting my grandma in Mexico City years later, and she confirmed it, saying that my mom had called her crying right after it happened. My family likes to joke that I was abducted by aliens, then returned home after a few hours. This all happened 31 years ago, and I still have no memories of it at all. I was 5 years old, and my mum was going into labour with my younger brother. I stayed at my grandparents' while my folks were at the hospital. I shared the queen bed with my grandfather, who was sound asleep, snoring. At some point late in the night, I was awoken by the bed shaking quite vigorously. It continued for like 5 minutes. I tried to shake my grandfather awake while calling for him to wake up. He eventually woke groggily, but had no clue when I asked him what was happening. He quickly fell back asleep, but I was frightened and very awake. I was now sitting up in bed, sitting in diffused moonlight. All was still and silent. I got up, wanting to look at the Christmas tree. Christmas trees always brought me comfort, and that's what I craved after such a fright. From the foot of the bed, you could look out the room, through the short hallway, and into the front room and picture window, maybe 25 or 30 feet away. They had a mid-century aluminium Christmas tree in front of that window. Not because retro is cool, but it was literally the same tree they used since the 50s. As I looked out to that tree without lights at 3 a.m, it, along with some presents, sat quietly. Only filtered bluish streetlight gently filled the room with weak illumination. However, something was different now. Sitting next to the aluminium tree was a pair of 2 huge black Doberman pinschers. Sitting, silent, still, staring straight at me. They had no pets. I jumped back in bed and threw the covers over me. I eventually fell asleep and woke up to morning sunshine, making the aluminium tree warmly shimmer. I think about what happened that night from time to time. It's the first paranormal encounter I ever had. At that point in my life, I don't think I even had a concept of ghosts or the paranormal. Was it simply a 5-year-old with limited understanding of the world and an unlimited imagination? Was there something paranormal shaking that bed and presenting those enormous dogs? In 2006, I shared a house with a couple roommates in Tacoma, Washington. The house was haunted, poltergeist activity, etc. That's not the point of this story though. However, it created psychological tensions, and as such, trying to go to bed and fall asleep was often uneasy. One night, I'm lying in bed on my back when suddenly a tingling sensation spread across my body. I would describe the sensation like that of getting chills on your back neck when someone tells you an intense, frightening story. However, this was over my entire body with more intensity. Needless to say, it freaked me out. Living in a haunted house, my assumption was that something paranormal was trying to haunt me. Although scared, I wanted to actively resist this. As I laid there with my body tingling, I spoke back very assertively, "I will defeat you." I slowly repeated it a couple times. Then the sensation dissipated and ultimately left entirely. It was another uneasy incident in that house, but I eventually fell asleep. About a year later, I was house sitting in a nicer, more comfortable home. Laying in bed one of those nights, that sensation I felt the year before came back. It enveloped my whole body as I laid on my back. Again, I was quite startled. What could this possibly be? Is it paranormal? Is it psychological or physiological? Either way, I didn't like it. Like before, I tried to resist it. I will defeat you. After about 20 seconds or so, the tingling disappeared and went away. Complete mystery as to what this was, but I've experienced twice now. Several years pass, now 2011, and I'm then living in Portland, Oregon for grad school. I loved this house I was living in. It was comfortable and felt like home. One night, I went to bed totally normal. I wasn't overly tired. I wasn't intoxicated. I was happy and healthy. I shut off the light and got in bed, comfortable on my back. I hadn't been laying there in the dark more than a minute when that tingling sensation came back. It started at my feet and legs, then spread up my body. It enveloped me toe to head in a matter of 10 seconds. Oh shit! I started to resist it and I felt the tingling dissipate. As this is happening, I realized I have some psychological control over this. I thought to myself, what's the worst that can happen? This house isn't haunted. It's not like it can kill me. Let's see what happens. I relaxed and surrendered to the sensation. It came back on, in a wave from my feet and legs to up my torso and over my head. The more I feared or resisted, it would dissipate. The more I relaxed and surrendered, it would intensify. I got comfortable just allowing the tingling vibrate my body. It was like being submerged in a hot tub filled with pop rocks, and there were hundreds of jets blasting me with pop rocks. At this point, I had been comfortably buzzing on my back for maybe a minute when I felt my supine body levitate. About a foot up. In fact, I could feel the weight of the blankets as I pushed upon them. Furthermore, it's no longer dark in my room. I'm levitating a foot above my mattress, and there's a soft, dim, ambient orange glow in the room. I could see that my regular lights were off. There was no seeming source of this orange light. This levitation freaked me out. Once again, I feared and resisted, and I felt my tingling body ease back to its normal weight into the bed. I allowed myself to relax again, and I rose back up again. I'm quietly, excitedly freaking out. Holy shit! This is insane! The dim orange glow softly illuminates the room. I'm buzzing and floating supine above my bed. Now, I'll start to ride a helicopter counterclockwise, maybe about the speed of a second hand. When I'm about 180 degrees around, I'm looking at the wall behind my headboard. The room is still dimly lit orange. This blue wall was normally blank, but now hanging over my bed is a painting. Painting I know. It's a painting my parents used to have hanging in their bedroom when I was a little kid. It's from Home Interiors, now hanging on the wall over my headboard. I completed the full 360, and my body eased back down. Then the tingling dissipated. I laid there stunned. What the hell was that? I then realised that it was back to completely dark again in my room. While I laid there completely perplexed, I realised I felt comfortably drained. I decided I wasn't going to worry about it, and I drifted off to sleep. It hasn't happened since. I should note, I didn't feel out of body. Rather, I felt in my body, but levitating. It felt or seemed very real. There was no dreaming, at least never like this. I only wish I had a video camera catching it all. Would it show an orange glow in me floating? Would it show some kind of electrical interference? Would it be totally normal and nothing external to my mind happened? Was it a spontaneous release of DMT? So I was living in a double-storey house with my parents. We live in the lower portion of the house. I moved to this house a couple of weeks ago. When I first arrived there, I felt something was wrong with this place. First night, as usual, I'm shifting my luggage and other stuff. Second night, there's this park in front of my house. The park is not very big. I was sitting there smoking when the time was around 8 o'clock. I finished my cigarettes and went to a nearby shop for some snacks and returned home on my way in front of my house. There were 4 chairs and a car parked in front of one chair. There was nobody around, not a single soul. I saw someone grab the chair and move it. The movement of the chair was so smooth as someone lifts the chair and the placement is gentle. I don't know what thing got into me. I just kept staring at it and there's like some noise in my head saying, "Go sit on the chair." I live in Islamabad, capital of Pakistan, and the entire city is on hills, and my house is like the corner of the town, and behind my house is long hills with nothing but a creepy environment. Third night, I'm just using my mobile, and the time is between 1 to 2 a.m. I'm just thinking about my previous incident, and in the blink of an eye, I saw a black figure in the corner of my room. I didn't pay much attention to it and started using my phone. My room is pitch black. All lights are off. However, the figure I saw earlier was somehow clearly visible to me. I decided to go to sleep. As soon as I was going to sleep, I heard the sound of someone brushing their teeth. The sound is so loud and clear that someone is lying beside me. The sound stopped suddenly and I felt like some inhale beside me. The whole night, I felt the feeling of someone laying with me. I was so creeped out and told my parents. As you all know, they didn't believe me. There have been several instances. I felt like I'm living in a Truman Show situation, for lack of a better term. For some time, there have been events in my life that just make me scratch my head and question things that lack a logical or solidified explanation. For context, I'm a man of science. I've got a bachelor's degree in comparative physiology, a master's in epidemiology, and I'm currently in medical school. Furthermore, I have almost a decade of research experience and have worked in the science fields for almost the same amount of time. I thrive on data, facts, and evidence and seek the sources for explanations rather than jump to something greater. Though I may have many examples of these Truman Show moments, this one is the one that keeps me up the most and is likely the longest. There was this one relative that I had. Let's call her Lynn for the sake of privacy, who I had never met, yet was one of my closest relatives. Per my father, she was my cousin, but of his estranged uncle who lived on the opposite side of the country. His uncle, my great-uncle, was a shifty man. He worked for the government of Virginia in the 30s through the late 60s, early 70s, but no one really knew what he did. He somehow managed to avoid the World War II draft despite being selected, which many of our family members found strange, but didn't question it further. Anyways, Lynn was his daughter, and she married to a lawyer from New York, but they never had any children, and neither of them had any siblings, allegedly. She's never worked because he was traditional, but she also didn't need to because as a lawyer, he did okay for himself. The more bizarre factor here is that no one ever met Lynn, her husband, or either of their sets of parents. A lot of us think it was strange, but at the same time, it did make some sort of sense, given her father was estranged from the family. The most that the family had contact with her was through the very rare letter and or phone call. Also, Lynn's husband passed away in the 80s, which has some importance. It'll be brought up later. Fast forward to the 90s, when I was born. When my parents brought me home after a couple weeks in the NICU, there was a package from New York addressed to me. Not my parents, coming from New York, from my cousin Lynn, filled with clothes, toys, all sorts of things a new parent would have to bought for their child. My parents tried to call to thank them, but couldn't get a hold of her. but were unable to. At that point, my father and or mother had not heard from her for a couple of years. How did she know that they were pregnant or I was born? There were no announcements in the newspaper, and no one had contact with her for a couple of years. That was the first odd instance that my parents will acknowledge was absolutely bizarre and puzzled them to this day. Once I was born, she sent me letters and cards with money throughout my years. It was never a significantly substantial amount. I think the biggest one I ever got was $500 for my 18th birthday, but that's not super relevant. I would also get calls from her on birthdays and holidays to wish me holiday greetings, and then I would send her flowers for her birthday, which was March 11th, but no one actually knew how old she was. We just simply knew that her birthday was March 11th, and she was allegedly older than my father, but this wasn't ever confirmed. There's also another important piece, I promise. Throughout the years, I continued to get calls, cards, and letters with money, and we always talked about the same thing. The weather, what I was doing, and then about her cat Callie, who always signed her card next to her, indicated by a little cat paw print. We actually asked for pictures of her because we wanted to hang it in our house, but no matter how many times we asked, we only got drawings, which looked like children's drawings. We were perplexed as to why she never sent a photo, especially when we specifically asked for them. The last time we asked for a photo, we got a drawing that depicted her as an angel. At this point I was a senior in college and had taken some psych courses and had been deep into my studies. So I asked if there were any developmental issues or mental illnesses that she had, or that my parents or family were aware of, which no one said they thought so. She lived on her own independently, except she had a cleaning lady come once a week to do her bedding, which she hated washing and doing. Not to mention the fact that she was starting to get up there in her age, since my father was, and it was kind of the marker for her age. Our second to last phone call, I expressed to her that my father and I wanted to visit her. After all, after over 2 decades of sending money for birthdays and holidays, etc., I felt the need to visit her and thank her in person and learn more about her. She was unsure about it, but seemed to come around to it. I said next time we talk, we can work out a time that's good for all of us, just to give her some space, since she seemed apprehensive about meeting us. The following month was my birthday, when she sent me a check, and of course, I called to thank her, as I always did. She seemed fine and her normal self. We talked about coming up to New York again to meet her, and we agreed on a date 3 months away. I'll never forget the last words that she said. "We're always on your side." Which I felt was a little strange, because she used to say, "I'm always on your side," never "we." There was no "we." She lived by herself. Her cat had passed away by that point. She still had a housekeeper come by, but she'll never referred as "we." A week and a half later, my dad called me saying that my cousin had passed away. This was in the summer of 2017. I felt awful that I had never met her, and she was so interested and invested in my life. I was upset about this, but no one seemed to be fazed about her passing. When I spoke to my family member, her cousins, they said they hadn't heard from her in decades. Now they also had kids, my generation, but she never ever took an interest in any of them, even some cousins who were older than me. Some of them didn't even know who she was, which just puzzled me even further. We don't even know what she passed from. When I asked my dad about the funeral, he said there wasn't any word of it. When I asked him how he heard about her passing, since no one but me and my parents talked to her, he said it was the hospital who called and informed him. There was no funeral, which further made me scratch my already very puzzled head. But I figured maybe she didn't have close family. There wasn't going to be a funeral or memorial service. After a period of grievance, I didn't really think of her that much. It's tough to think about someone you've never met. Nonetheless, know what she looks like, and I've only had phone calls with. Over a year passes, and now it's December 2018, and I get a letter from a law office in New York addressed to me. In the thick manila envelope was a copy of her will. As I was reading the will line by line, I was nodding to myself. $10,000 to a church, that makes sense. $5,000 to a housekeeper, yeah, that makes sense. And then I get to the last line. She left me her remaining possessions, including her house, its contents, and then there was a second address I had never seen before. I was so flabbergasted and puzzled. Flabbergasted from the fact that she left me everything, not my parents nor my father, her closest blood relative. Me. Further puzzled, I was not only inheriting one house, but a second that I had never even heard of before. She had never mentioned them in our calls, letters, or cards. She really didn't leave much, just to go to church, get her hair done, then to her doctor's appointments. She usually had her housekeeper help her order things, groceries, household products, etc. I found the business card from the firm that sent me her will. I called the firm and asked to speak with the lawyer that signed the letter attached to her will. He was very professional and cordial on the phone and explained that it was the old firm owner, that he had drifted the will with her, and that he never actually met her. I glanced at the date, and the will was actually written in 2003, which would have meant I was 7 or so. At that point, I don't really recall talking to her. That really didn't start until I was 10, but she still sent cards, and I usually wrote a horribly legible thank you card with a drawing and/or photo of me. Anyways, he reaffirmed the will's contents and the testament was true. I asked if he was aware of a caseworker, social worker, anything that could give me more insight, to which he replied he wasn't aware. I asked that he give the housekeeper my information and told her to call me, and he said he'd pass things along. After I got off the phone with the lawyer, I told my dad about the will and asked about the other property. We had used Google Street View to see her residential property, the one that all her envelopes were addressed from. It was a nice, quaint 1920s bungalow in the suburbs. There was one house across from hers, but there wasn't much else around her other than woods. We looked up the second property, and it was in the middle of nowhere, but the house was massive. We looked up the second property, but it was in the middle of nowhere, but the house was massive, and according to tax records, was estimated to be appraised at $1.2 million, given it was a lakefront property with 23 acres. Not even 48 hours later, I was called by a representative from the state of New York, stating that they were going to liquidate the property to cover her medical bills. I didn't quite know how to react, so I just responded, "Okay, let me know if you need any more information," and hung up. Part of me thinks this is a part of some gigantic ruse or Truman Show reality, and I got too close to the truth, and so they burned the ties. This is about as much as I can remember from this part of my life, and it's still relatively fresh. But I still wonder who or what my cousin was. Was she legit, or was she part of something bigger? I fear that I'll never find out. I tried to look into her husband. He very much was a person, and it's well documented. But the interesting part is in his obituary. There were no mentions of his wife or any other family. There wasn't even a survived by section. I feel like I'll never get answers, but I suppose time will tell. Rock Island is a state park located at the tip of Door County, Wisconsin, on Lake Michigan. It's a difficult place to get to. To get to the island, you have to take a car ferry from Ellison Bay to Washington Island, drive across Washington Island to Jackson Harbor, then take a pedestrian-only ferry to Rock Island. No vehicles or bikes are allowed on Rock Island. Even though the island is relatively small, at about 975 acres, it's had an interesting history. In the early 1600s, it was inhabited by a tribe of Potawatomi Native Americans, as well as a small fishing village of European settlers. The two groups did not trust each other, and they did have a few bad encounters that almost led to violence. But for the most part, they lived peacefully together on the island. By the 1640s, the Potawatomi had migrated to other parts of Wisconsin. Shortly after the Potawatomi had left the island, Some settlers from the fishing village reported seeing a new group of people on the island. They seemed to be more white settlers, but they wore strange clothes and kept to themselves. No one from the fishing village was ever able to talk to one of these new settlers, or even find where they were living. It was around this time that strange things started to happen in the village. Several animals, it's not mentioned what they were, maybe pigs or chickens, kept by the settlers, were found slaughtered in the village and seemed to have been used to make markings in blood on some of the buildings in the village. On a different night, a building used for preserving meat burned down. The villagers felt that these things must have been done by these new people on the island, and they intended to find them, but after a thorough search of the island, including the wooded inland area, they never found a single person. These strange occurrences seemed to stop soon after the search, and none of the other settlers were ever seen again. In 1836, the Potawatomi Lighthouse was built on the northern part of the island. After construction was finished, the lighthouse was inspected, and it was reported back that the material of which the lighthouse and dwelling are made are of the best quality, and that the work is done in a substantive and workmanlike manner. David E. Corbin was appointed the first keeper of the light on December 19th, 1837. Only 3 years later, in 1840, despite the apparent quality of construction of the lighthouse, David Corbin started to complain that plaster started to fall off the building and some sort of liquid would ooze through the cracks, leaving the house constantly damp. Corbin was completely alone most of the time at the lighthouse, and some have said when visiting him that he would stare at a certain wall and sometimes spoke vaguely of the other visitors. In 1845, after 8 years of relative solitude at the lighthouse, an inspector visited the lighthouse keeper and determined that while Corbin was fulfilling his duties, he was acting strange. The official report says that the inspector ordered Corbin to take a 25-day leave of absence, to find a wife, to live with him at the lighthouse. However, some think that the inspector was startled by Corbin's mental state caused by years of solitude, and thought it would be best that he spent some time away from the island. In 1852, Corbin reportedly fell ill and died that December in the lighthouse. He was buried in a small cemetery just south of the lighthouse. The next lighthouse keeper also reported the surprisingly quick deterioration of the lighthouse. Some friends that had visited the new keeper say that he would talk of seeing strange things in the house at night, but he wouldn't elaborate on what he had seen. In 1858, after only 22 years of service, the original lighthouse was torn down and a new one was built. From that point on, the lighthouse keepers were required to have an assistant keeper or a family with them in the lighthouse. No strange occurrences were further reported in the lighthouse logbook outside of strong storms and occasional shipwrecks, except on January 20th, 1876. The keeper at the time, named Betts, reported that he saw 2 men attempting to row to the mainland from Washington Island. He wrote that a terrible storm came up shortly after their departure, and they never made it to their destination. Over 3 months later, on May 3rd, 1876, Betts wrote, "The 2 men who were lost last January have been seen several times. Once from Caney Lighthouse and once from Jacksonport. The men were apparently frozen stiff and sitting upright in the boat among a mass of ice. At last account, they were still adrift. There's no much hope that they'll be found and buried." By 1900, most of the island's inhabitants left for better fishing areas on Lake Michigan. In 1910, a successful business owner and investor, Chester Thordarson, purchased all of the island except for the land that the lighthouse occupied in the north. He used the island as a private summer retreat from his business in Chicago. Thordarson is responsible for the unique and mystifying buildings and structures that are still on the island today. On the south end of the island, he built a giant stone hall that has a boathouse on the lower level. A stone water tower was built on the east side of the island, and an imposing wooden gate was constructed on the west end of the island. The Great Hall was used to store Thordarson's immense book collection. He had over 11,000 books, and it's rumoured that he possessed some very rare books on the occult in his collection. Thordarson died of heart failure on January 6, 1945, though some have speculated that he saw something that actually scared him to death. I couldn't find any writings from Thordarson, however, that mentioned him experiencing anything strange on the island. After his death, multiple churches and universities were interested in his book collection, but he had willed it to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, providing that they had to purchase it for $300,000, which they did. Some of this history is hard to find on the internet, but there are a couple binders in the Great Hall that have a lot of this documented. Thordarson's personal papers are housed in the archive section of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin. All of this history I give is just to provide a little more context for experiences I have had, directly or indirectly, on Rock Island. In August of 21, I took my first and last trip to Rock Island. After taking 2 ferry rides, I arrived on the island at about 2 p.m. I had booked the remote campsite E, which is a backpacking site that's a little over a mile from the dock. I took my time hiking out to the site to enjoy the scenery and took a couple breaks just due to how heavy my pack was. I was definitely packed more for camping than hiking. I got to my site, set up my tent, got everything situated, and started gathering sticks and driftwood from the beach so I could start a fire. On my 3rd trip back from the beach, before I got back to my site, I heard a single high-pitched squeal noise coming from the forest. It didn't sound close, but it was such an unusual sound that I stopped in my tracks and waited for a good 30 seconds, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't, so I continued back to my site. When I got back again, I began working on getting a fire started. The remote camping sites on Rock Island are pretty well spaced out. Sites C, D and E are grouped together, but there's probably 100 yards between each site. There's not a real trail connecting the 3 sites directly, but enough people have walked along the ridge between the 3 sites that there's an obvious path. As I was getting some sticks up in my firing, something caught my eye and I looked up. Fairly far away, it looked like it might have been a site D or a little further. It was a person running in my direction. My first thought was, well, that's odd. Because like I said, it's not even really a trail they were on. Then my mind just went to, there must be something wrong, and this person needs help. They got a little closer, and it looked like maybe it was a woman in loose grey clothes, maybe in a hoodie. It was still far enough away that I couldn't really make out any details. I quickly stood up from the crouching position I was in, and just as I did, I heard that high-pitched squeal noise once again. It was behind me, and it was much closer this time. This startled me quite a bit, so I turned around to look behind me. I scanned the trees for a couple seconds, but didn't see or hear anything. I turned back around because I knew the running person must be getting close, but now they were gone. Again, I stood there and scanned the trees, but did not see them anywhere. I was so confused, I was kind of frozen for a few seconds. It was all very strange, but I was able to reason it out in my head that it was just a fellow camper from site C or D that's maybe running to the pit toilet that was a couple 100 yards west of the sites. I tried to forget about it, but it was really just bothering me. I didn't like whatever the squeal noise was, and I just felt strange. With some effort, I decided to let it go and started my fire. I had a quick meal and a couple adult beverages, then decided to take a little walk. I hadn't seen sites C or D yet, so I thought I would check out those and see if I did have some neighbours camping nearby. Site D was empty. I did see the path that led from that site to the main trail and pit toilet, so that made me a little less uneasy about the runner. I figured it was maybe someone from Site C that took a strange way to get to the main trail by going through Site D. It didn't make a ton of sense, because I probably still should have seen them, but it made me feel better. I continued on to Site C and saw there was a tent up. I really didn't want to bother anyone, but I just thought I would go over with the excuse that I'd introduced myself as a camping neighbour from Site E, and see if anyone looked like they might have been the person running around earlier. I came up on the site, and there was a couple sitting at the picnic table. Neither of them looked like they would have been the person I saw running. I introduced myself, and they introduced themselves. They were probably in their mid-30s. They were very nice. Both seemed to be pretty drunk, but a quiet drunk. I didn't ask about the runner or the squealing noises because I thought it might be weird. I wished them a good night and walked back to my tent. When I got back, I had a cigar and a few more drinks. It got dark and it started as a perfect night. The sky was clear and I was just staring up and looking at millions of stars. I felt better about everything from earlier and felt stupid about the whole thing and decided to get some sleep. It was a long day, so I fell asleep almost instantly. At around 2:30 a.m, I was woken up by a huge boom of thunder. It started pouring down. The wind picked up and the temperature dropped. I loved camping in the rain, but I do not like camping in a lightning storm. A pretty big storm came through, and I was starting to worry. The wind was whipping at my tent, and the ground was shaking from the thunder and lightning. I did not feel good about being out there in a tent and felt very exposed. The storm lasted for about an hour before it became just a light, steady drizzle. I was starting to fall back asleep when I heard this squeal noise again. I opened my eyes up wide in the dark and just laid there silent. There was another louder squeal noise and it was pretty close. I knew there were no real dangerous animals on Rock Island. There were deer and porcupines, but nothing like bears or wolves. Knowing that still didn't make me feel better though. There was just something about that squeal that I didn't like. I say squeal because that's the best I can describe it. It sounded to me like a pig squeal. I honestly don't know that much about pig noises, but that's what I thought of it when I heard it. An injured or angry pig squeal. I continued to lay in my tent and started to hear footsteps outside my tent. It was still raining, so the sounds were a little buried in the sound of rain, but it definitely sounded like a somewhat large animal or human walking around. I sat up in my tent and took a knife I had, just to feel better. In my head I kept saying, "You know it's just an animal, it's fine. There's nothing in these woods that can hurt you." I listened to the footsteps started moving away from the tent. I just sat there, still holding my knife for maybe 10 minutes, without hearing anything else. I started to think to myself, it's fine. It was just an animal. You're being stupid and you need to get some sleep. I was just about to lay back down when there was a very loud squeal and it was right outside my tent. It felt like my heart just stopped and a shiver went down my spine. My heart was beating so hard, my entire body was pulsing and I felt it in my ears. It took everything in me, but I forced out a "get out of here." Not shouting, but as stern and mean sounding as I could at that moment. I didn't hear any more squeals or footsteps that night, but I also didn't sleep. I just sat there in my tent for maybe an hour before I laid down. Eventually, the rain stopped, and I kept laying there until the sun came up. All that time, reassuring myself that I was being stupid. It was just an animal. It was probably 7 a.m. before I decided I had to get out of my tent to relieve myself. As soon as I stepped outside my tent, I saw that my picnic table had been turned over and was upside down. When I saw this, I surprisingly calmly thought, okay, this is enough. I'm leaving the island today. I checked my surroundings and nothing else seemed out of place. I eventually reasoned with myself that the wind had blown the table over during the storm. It still seemed a little strange because the table was pretty heavy and I felt like I would have heard the table flipping over, but that might have made sense. I made some cold instant coffee, had a bite to eat, started to feel better about the whole thing, and decided to go for a hike. I admit, I get easily scared when I'm camping by myself in the woods. Maybe that's natural. After I had some coffee and food and the sun came out, I realised that nothing I heard or saw was really anything that couldn't be explained. Other than not getting a good night's sleep, I was having a pretty good time. The reason I came to the island in the first place was to hike the 7-mile Thordarson's Loop Trail that has a lot of interesting things to see, and I was excited to start the hike. I packed a few things in my backpack and started off. Fairly close to my site is the water tower. I have no idea how it originally worked or why it had to be a tower, but it's an impressive building with a fireplace that looked like someone had recently had a fire in it. A little further down the trail was a cemetery where 2 sisters and a few others are buried. It's believed there are still more buried here in unmarked graves. These likely are some of the settlers from the old fishing village. The island has 3 cemeteries. There's one by the beach, and that's where Chester Thordarson is buried. And there's one on the eastern part of the island where the 2 sisters are buried. And there's one in the northern part of the island where the original lighthouse keeper, David E. Corbin, is buried. There's also at least one Potawatomi burial area on the island, but no one knows exactly where that is. I kept walking on the trail until I came to a nice scenic overlook area with a bench where I sat down and drank some water. I started to hear some talking on the trail ahead of me, but I couldn't see anyone yet. There was a bend in the trail and the trees were thick, so I sat on the bench waiting for these people to come around the bend. The voices were coming closer and I could tell that they weren't speaking English. But I couldn't place what language it might have been. Both voices were very, very deep and guttural. Then, back deep in the woods, I hear a loud and quick "ooh." Immediately, both the voices I was listening to responded with their own "ooh." I kind of smiled because it sounded like these 2 heard whatever it was in the woods, and they were trying to be funny and mock it by responding. I got off the bench, put my backpack on, and started walking in the direction, further down the trail where the voices were coming from, but I never did find these people. The rest of the hike went very well. I visited the cemetery where David E. Corbin is buried. I took a self-guided tour of the Potawatomi Lighthouse. I passed the wooden gates that apparently used to be part of a larger structure. I walked by the Great Hall and dock area from where I arrived on the island. Visited some of the other structures on the island. Came across a cemetery where Chester Thordarson is buried. Then finished the loop by returning to my campsite. It was a very nice hike with a lot to see and wasn't especially difficult, but I was tired. I did walk down to campsite C to ask the couple I spoke with the night before how they dealt with the storm during the night, but they had packed up and left. I was disappointed because I also really wanted to ask them about the squealing noises during the night. The rest of the evening was pretty uneventful. I built a fire, made some meals, had a cigar and some drinks. As soon as it got dark, I was ready for bed since I had so little sleep the night before. I got in my tent and quickly fell asleep. I might have been asleep for about 3 hours when I woke up suddenly and was immediately fully alert. Nothing that I was aware of caused me to wake up, but I felt something was wrong. I sat up in my tent, and this part is a little hard to explain. A feeling of complete dread washed over me. It was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I felt like there was something in the tent with me, and I could feel that it was angry, seething with anger, rageful even, and I could feel its hatred for me. It felt like something very bad was about to happen, and I couldn't do anything about it. I started to shiver uncontrollably. There was a smell of garbage or rotten meat, and it got stronger and stronger to the point where I wanted to throw up, but couldn't because I was frozen. I had never felt so exposed and helpless. I stared forward at nothing, just frozen, and the weird thing is, I accepted whatever was about to happen to me. It was like my brain telling me that whatever is about to happen, even if it's death, will at least be a relief. Then I passed out. At least I have to assume I passed out. That's all I remember until I woke up at 8 a.m. that morning. When I woke up, I was laying outside of my sleeping bag on top of it, and my legs were in an unnatural and uncomfortable position. I was on my back, with my left leg straight out, and my right leg was bent, so that my foot was up against my left knee. My heart started pounding, but I kept thinking to myself, it was a dream. I'm leaving right now. I packed up everything very quickly and started back toward the dock to catch the first boat off the island. Since the first boat from Washington Island didn't arrive until about 10:30 a.m, I had to kill a little time around the Great Hall and dock area. I wanted to get off the island so bad, but I did feel a little better just being out of the woods and I could see other people. I sat down on the bench a little to the east of the dock and lit a cigar just to give me something to do, while trying not to think about the night before. I was sitting for a few minutes and scanning out over the water when I was startled by someone behind me saying hi. I jumped and was embarrassed when the person came around saying, Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I saw you smoking and just came over to ask if you had a lighter. I felt like an idiot and told him that's fine. I just didn't sleep well last night, was kind of zoned out, and I handed him my lighter. He thanked me, lit a cigarette, then handed the lighter back to me. We started talking about the unusual things he might talk about. He said he was from the Madison area. We talked about the storms we've been having. He seemed to be a real outdoorsy kind of guy and talked about his plans to move to Washington Island. It was a nice, normal conversation and kind of took my mind off the night I just had for a little bit. He seemed like a pretty nice guy. Then, naturally, he asked me what site I'd been staying at. I told him I was staying at Site E the last 2 nights, and he said he usually books that site, but I must have reserved it before him. He said he had booked Site D the last 2 nights. I was surprised by this, because no tent or anything was at Site D the 2 times I walked past the site. I told him this, and he said he comes to the island a few times a year, and you have to book a site, but he actually camps at different areas on the island. I asked him where he camps, and he told me most of the time he camps in the East Cemetery, but he also likes to camp in the woods south of the lighthouse. He told me that he hikes about halfway down the Fernwood Trail and just heads north into the woods, where he finds a place to camp. He said that one time he found the ruins of a small log house in those woods, and he's going to try and find it again and camp inside of it. At this point, I started to change my position about this guy and wanted to change the subject. But then he asked me if I had heard the screeches in the woods. I took a second to reply and knew he was talking about the squealing I had heard. I told him I had and asked him if he knew what it was. This time he took a second to reply, and I saw his face change. He looked as if he was thinking if he should tell me something, like a secret. With no expression at all on his face, he said matter-of-factly, "A demon lives on the island." Under any other circumstance, I would have laughed this off, but not after what I experienced the night before. He looked at me and must have seen the anxiety and fear I was feeling. He surprised me by letting out a quick laugh. He asked me if I saw anything that night. I told him I hadn't seen anything, and he stared at me like he was trying to figure something out. I felt like he could tell I had experienced something. At this point, I was ready for the conversation to be over. Then he told me he had seen something in the cemetery last night. Now his face and mood kind of changed again, like he was trying to confide in me. I really did not want to ask the question, but I knew he wanted me to ask it. So I asked him what he saw in the cemetery, but my voice was shaky. Then I could tell he had changed his mind about telling me. He actually looked at me with empathy and told me that what he saw was hard to explain. But if I was afraid of the screeching noises, he didn't think I should go near the cemetery. I didn't say anything right away, but he said 4 words without any context. Keepers of the flame. I looked at my cigar and the ash was long. I put it out and told him I was going to wait by the dock for the boat. He nodded and I started to walk away. After a few steps he said, "Hey," and I turned around to look at him. He just said, "Don't come back here." I turned around and started walking again. I don't know if that was a warning or a friendly suggestion, but I took it to heart. I was definitely not coming back to Rock Island. When I got home, I looked up Keepers of the Flame as it pertained to Rock Island. I found 3 things that he could have been referring to. The name of the Native Americans that lived on the island, the Potawatomi, could be translated to Keepers of the Flame. The lighthouse keepers on the island was sometimes referred to as the Keepers of the Flame. Then, there was also a 19th century cult that was said to visit the island from time to time that called themselves the Keepers of the Flame. I know that hundreds of people visit Rock Island every year and have a great time camping, hiking the trails and exploring Chester Thordison's buildings. My humble suggestion is this: do not go to Rock Island. I often hear a lot of people asking about shadow people, sharing their experiences with them, among other things involving their presence, what they do, what or who they are, and more. While I do not know if this is in fact the truth about shadow people, it is the closest and most reasonable explanation I've come up with, and I've done loads of research. If you're by chance wondering why I have spent so much time doing said research, it simply has all been driven by my pure fascination with these entities in general, and deciphering the mystery of them has evolved into somewhat of an underlying passion of mine. Knowledge is power, after all. Some people say that shadow people are interdimensional beings. Others say they're aliens. Maybe they're ghosts, angels, or perhaps even demons. The list goes on. Now, believe me when I say that I do not want to make this whole religious thing. I'm not a superstitious person. I do, however, like to say that shadow people are jinns that can actually take on any form they want. In other words, this is simply what I believe, for the most part at least, that many have claimed to be the truth. Until we get more information, however, we won't get much further in terms of deciphering the underlying and actual truth behind them. I'm just here to provide some of that information I've heard through the grapevine. Shadow people are jinns that were here before humans and are made of smokeless fire. Videla said, they are not actually shadows, but instead are made out of the same material as the heat on top of a flame. They live here on Earth among us, but cannot be seen simply because they choose not to be. They only show up as they feel as though it's necessary, or if they're called upon. And as for those who encounter shadow people involuntarily, this is because they are greatly attracted to people and or locations that radiate or are associated with negative energy or emotions. If your mind is under the influence in any way, shape or form, that potentially unlocks great sensory or emotional channels that attract them as well. When they can be seen, most of them keep to themselves, unless they've been called upon or provoked. Their lifespan is unknown, but could range anywhere from hundreds to thousands of years old. Though interestingly, they merely have the mental capacity of about a 10 to 15-year-old. That is why a lot of the things they do are relatively inexplicable and can be incredibly difficult to interpret. Shadow people are actually more afraid of us than we are of them, but they're intrigued by us at the same time. Some can actually fall in love with humans. They also love it when we try to theorize about them because they actually never want people to know their truths. Some people claim that humans have used shadow people since the days of Babylon for black magic, which is another topic in and of itself. Some shadow people can in fact be spirits or demons, as some may say. Alternatively, many people have documented benevolent encounters with them, to the point of absolutely insisting that they're harmless. I see people say this far too often, to be honest. They do, however, and factually speaking, have a dark agenda towards mankind. And while they may not always attack you physically, their war with you is one of the soul. So, how exactly should one go about getting rid of them? Well, first of all, if you find yourself encountering a shadow person frequently and they're not doing anything, then you probably don't have much to worry about. Odds are, though, if that it's happening to you, then you're radiating a relatively large amount of any of the negative emotions I mentioned earlier. The best thing to do is simply ignore them, and they usually go away. If this doesn't work, a lot of people claim that mentally telling them to leave works as well. Another method includes spitting at them, which is usually more effective. They're also incredibly sensitive to sound, for it's my understanding that shadow people can hear the quietest of utterances of both your conscious and subconscious thoughts, even including your memories. That's why, in terms of banishing them, some success stories I've heard involve shouting at them, or perhaps even singing one of your favourite songs as loud as you can at the sight of them. Not only does this work because of how astronomically sensitive their perceptions are, but it also radiates positive energy that they clearly want nothing to do with. Thus, should you encounter any, if you imagine something such as a loud, piercing scream, they just might cheese it out with air. If that doesn't work, you could try emitting a high-pitched frequency out of any speaker you have at your disposal. Unless, of course, you're dealing with a shadow person who means some serious business. They'll almost always not be able to handle it, and will send them packing. Some shadow people are stronger than others, so while some may be easy to get rid of, others may require more of an aggressive approach. With that, there's also the act of praying, which to my knowledge is one of, if not the most belligerent method of banishment. It might work because using this method in any way certainly means you're on the right tracks in terms of expelling them. But from what I've heard, the most aggressive and effective way of ridding you and or your home of shadow people is that of reciting certain religious verses that causes them to, quite literally, burn. A lot of people also talk about encountering one very hostile shadow person in particular, usually seen wearing a trench coat, a top hat, sometimes a briefcase, and other times bearing red eyes. Although any shadow person can have red eyes, they just aren't as common. They are, however, always malevolent. The entity in question, and whom I'm referring to, is known as the Hat Man, and I sincerely promise that he is not friendly. Not even a little bit. If you see or have ever seen the Hat Man, then I feel very sorry for your misfortune. While he usually doesn't attack you physically, he normally comes around during very low, dark, sad, and distressing points in your lives, in order to do what many other shadow people do and feed off our negative energy and emotions, which in turn makes him stronger. He also sometimes serves as a representation of an upcoming negative event, such as the death of a loved one or an accident of some kind. The short version is, he's definitely not good news. That about sums up everything factual that I know about shadow people. Hopefully this answers or explains some things you've been wondering about, as well as any concerns you may have had. Again, just to clarify, I'm by no means a superstitious person. I do not know if there is a God, a heaven, a hell, an afterlife, or any of that. Shadow people may or may not at all be jinns, but aside from that claim, I firmly believe that nearly everything else I said rings true. It started back in 2011. I was 12 and had moved into a new home with my family. From the get-go, that place made me feel some type of way. It wasn't good or bad, just like I was always being watched, which of course creeped me out. There were a handful of hot spots throughout the house, one being what we called the pink bathroom, which, as you can guess, was all pink. Pink tiling, pink sink, pink flooring, everything. It was also a bit small. I always felt like it was a bit hard to breathe in there, and overall just hated the energy. I figured maybe I was just claustrophobic. Another was this part of the hall that led directly into my bedroom, and branched off directly into the living room as well. Kind of like a T on a road. Anyways, you almost always felt eyes coming from that corner, whether you were in the living room or my room, and it just felt as creepy regardless if it was morning or night. The final spot was of course the basement. The basement was half finished. The finished half was like a bar area, had the stools and everything still there, and the unfinished half was the laundry, storage, workshop. Actually, when we first moved in there, my dad's sister and I were looking through the workshop. There were a bunch of old yearbooks from the school I went to and other memorabilia. We took a break, headed upstairs for lunch, and came back to find that the door would no longer open. It seemed the door handle had fallen off while we were away, and the door was stuck in place. Not super sure how that could happen, especially considering it locked from inside and none of us locked it. On top of that, my mom made my sister and I wash our dog down in the basement. We had a laundry area and a big tub sink, but we hated doing it. I always felt when I was down there that someone was just watching me. I even had an idea of what he looked like. I imagined a very tall man in a button-up and slacks standing in the corner right by the entrance to the back of the bar area that resided mainly on the furnished side. My hair would stand on end, and always I would sprint up those stairs whenever I was done down there. The rest of the house felt off, but those were the big spots that just radiated energy. But anywho, let's actually fast forward a few years. We moved out around 2014, and by that point, I had had a handful of bad dreams about that house. I had dreams of it when I lived there, which made sense, but even after leaving, they persisted. They actually persisted up to 2020. By that point, I was 21 years old. I'd been having dreams of that place for nearly a decade, and by this point, the dreams escalated to night terrors. I would wake up screaming in the middle of the night. The dreams always occurred every 3 to 6 months. But by April of 2020, I'd had 3 intense night terrors about that house within 3 months. The last dream being my sister telling me someone had died in the pink bathroom. I started realizing that maybe something else was going on. I started researching the house and found the first owners, the ones who had built that house back in the 1950s. This seemed like a good place to start. I quickly discovered that it was a family that lived there and that the father had died in the house in the 1980s. Upon further investigation, I learned he had died of a massive heart attack in the house. This house was located directly across the street from a hospital. Like the driveway and the hospital lot entrance lined up. Definitely clued me in on this being a traumatic death, so I continued. I found his wife's obituary. She had stayed in the house after he had passed. And since she had passed more recently, the information regarding their children was more up to date. I immediately felt drawn to one particular child, their one daughter. I actually ended up finding her on Facebook and reaching out. Of course, I realized what I was about to do could be potentially harmful or hurtful, so I prepared my message accordingly. I even mentioned the hotspots we covered earlier. I didn't mention what sensations or events happened in those areas, since I wanted to see what she had to say. My heart stopped when I read, "He died in the pink bathroom." The last dream where I dreamed my sister told me someone died in the pink bathroom. Could it have been a weird coincidence? She continued to say that she loved his workshop and that he never let anyone in. And on top of that, always spent time downstairs by that corner entrance to his bar, since that's where he kept his favourite drinks. My bedroom belonged to his wife, who no longer loved him the way he loved her, which would make sense as to why I felt eyes from the doorway, but never would that presence enter my room. She also shared that she was the child closest to her father, and they shared the room my sister stayed in. I asked my sister about this later on, and she stated she definitely felt uncomfortable in the house, but never any specifics. I told my daughter about the man I saw in my imagination, a very tall, well-dressed man. She said her dad was 6'3" and a businessman, always buttoned down and slacking. She also sent me a picture of him, and it was the exact same man I saw in my head. After this, I've never had another dream involving the house ever again. It's been almost 3 years free of those awful dreams. Could he have used me to tell his daughter he was so close that he was still around? That there was more to the other side? And the only way to get my attention was through my dreams. It almost seems so self-absorbed to think he would choose me to do such a thing, but I'm not sure of any other explanation. All my life, I've had weird paranormal or borderline psychic occurrences, but this one is definitely the most interesting to date. It's 3 a.m. where I am, and I just finished a movie. I turned the TV off and just laid on the couch in the dark for a while. I don't know what came over me, but I got the urge to suddenly get up and move around the room, slowly. I then fixated on the street lamp, like coming in from the window and making a bright stripe on the carpet. It was so bright. I swear the brightest thing I've ever seen. I then got this feeling that this is what the light is like when talking about heaven. The only reasoning I have for why I thought the light was heaven is because recently my dog passed away, and it's been extremely hard on me and constantly on my mind. My arms and shoulders then instantly felt weightless, and I felt like I was floating around the room. Again, I'm fully awake. All my senses are maxed out. I feel like I can hear the smallest noises coming from outside. I can see perfectly in the dark. I look around the room and I feel like I stepped into an alternate universe. Everything looks the same, but something in the air is different, as if I was the only person in the world. I truly questioned if I was in the Twilight Zone. I'm on edge, waiting for something to happen. I told myself, okay, that's enough now, and I slowly came out of it. Then all my weight came back to my body. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before, and I don't understand it. If this had happened at any other time of the day, I would have brushed it off. But then again, when do things like this happen? At normal hours of the day? Just to preface, this happened like 5 years ago, when I was a freshman in high school and had been sick for a couple of days. This was in my parents' house, and to my knowledge, nobody has ever died there. I've never really been able to rationalize it, even though I genuinely don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I was sleeping in bed and woke up because my phone was playing music. It was about halfway through the song Love by Keshia Cole, which was on my playlist at the time. I paused the song and checked the time. It was somewhere around 5 a.m, if I remember correctly, and turned over towards my door. Standing right next to my bed, there was a person or entity or something staring at me. It was dark, so I couldn't see it very well, but it looked like a person wearing a dark robe and a white mask, with no mouth and small black eyes. The closest thing I can compare them to is No Face from Spirited Away. I remember not feeling afraid for some reason. Like I said, I was sick at the time and didn't really know what to do. So I just stared at it for about 5 minutes and went back to sleep. I woke up and assumed it was a dream until I opened up my phone and saw my music app open with Love by Keshia Cole on pause, exactly where I had stopped it that night. I talked to my dad about it and he said it was probably a fever dream, but I don't understand how the music would be there, as I don't listen to music to fall asleep. And as far as I can remember, the last app I used before bed was Snapchat. Nothing weird has happened since, but the experience weirds me out to this day. Any explanations would be appreciated, paranormal or otherwise. My mom sent me a text yesterday about Sharon Osbourne being rushed to the hospital while filming a show at the Glen Tavern Inn. It reminded me of our experience there, and I wanted to post it. It wasn't really a crazy experience, but it's something we can't explain. I think it was 2015. My mom, stepdad, brother and I went to Santa Paula just for fun, but we decided to stay at the Glen Tavern Inn because we thought it would be cool to stay somewhere supposedly haunted. Right when we walked in, my mom said it felt like stepping into a different dimension. My stepdad started asking the man at the front desk if he's ever had any paranormal experiences while working there. The man said yes and started talking about the things he would see. I think I remember him saying he would often see an older woman and a couple of kids in the hallways. He said he would hear laughter, voices, loud footsteps, and music that wasn't actually playing. He also said the restaurant was quite active. Sadly, I don't remember the floor or room we stayed in. Everything was pretty normal until my mum woke up around 5 a.m. When she woke up, the bathroom faucet was turned on and the door to our room was open. I was contacted by a middle-aged couple regarding problems with the car overriding the operator's driving commands. The car was recently given to their son by the parents of a deceased teen. The deceased person was actually their son's best friend, who was killed in a vehicle accident when the two had exchanged cars for the night. Their son had a new Jeep Cherokee that his friend wanted to use to go on a date. While on said date, the friend was involved in an accident with a drunk driver and perished. The deceased boy's parents signed over the title of his Toyota pickup, both as a general gift and to replace his vehicle that was totaled in the wreck. I investigated the car with the help of a Toyota mechanic. He checked all systems, including the computer, braking, engine, and all sensors. Nothing was found. I drove the truck for 2 days on my normal daily routine with my DVR, EMF meter, camcorder, and dashcam running. No evidence collected. I returned the vehicle with my findings that I did not believe the vehicle was haunted. 6 weeks later, I was again contacted by the couple. The father was using the truck when suddenly the vehicle made an abrupt right turn, locked up the brakes, and went into a ditch. At the same time, a car driven by a drunk entered the road from a side street without stopping and proceeded to slam into a tree. All of this was witnessed by a sheriff who just happened to be nearby running radar. The drunk driver sustained minor injuries, and the father was unhurt. I was provided with the sheriff's number and asked to call him. When I called and told him what I was calling in reference to, he was happy to share not only a reading of the report that he filed, but information he said that could not be included in the reports also. His report stated that while conducting normal duties, he witnessed a Mustang run a stop sign at speed and turn onto the road, fishtailing and tires squealing. Almost immediately, it left the road and slammed head-on into a tree at approximately 45 miles per hour. He checked the accident victim and found him unconscious and with minor trauma to the forehead. There was an open bottle of vodka spilling on the passenger seat. The sheriff's statement was not included in the report. I was parked facing an oncoming pickup truck when I witnessed it lock up its brakes and make a sharp right turn into the ditch. My initial thought was that it was stolen and the driver panicked when he saw me. Before I could react, the Mustang entered from a side road about 50 feet in front of me and turned toward the pickup truck, which had entered the ditch about 200 feet before it would have reached the side road. The driver of the pickup could not have seen the Mustang's approach due to trees and bush obscuring his line of sight. If he had not turned into that ditch, there would have been an unavoidable impact between the two vehicles. How he knew to react the way he did is beyond me. The driver's statement to me was that he did not perform the action. The truck did it by itself. I received a call from a couple who had recently purchased a new home and was having strange events occur in their barn. The backstory on this property is that the original home was built in the 1840s. The barn was added a few years later, but there was no record. The original house burned down in 1976, and a new one built on the old foundation in 1981. Upon arriving, I noticed the property was impeccably kept. and although it was very rural and set far back off the road, a driveway was added and paved to the house. This was unusual for the area and indicated to me a level of sophistication to the owners. In other words, they were most likely not from a rural area. I was greeted at the door and invited in by a young couple that I would guess in their mid-20s. The home was as well kept and clean on the inside as it had been on the out. We chatted for a few moments and they insisted that I see the barn. I noted that there was absolutely no feeling or atmosphere in the house, then followed them to the kitchen and the back door. There was a kiddie fence blocking the entrance to the kitchen, preventing 4 miniature goats from exiting the kitchen. This was a shock, since I had judged these people by what I had witnessed up until this point. When I asked about the goats in the house, I was told they had no choice, because whatever was in the barn tried to kill them. They had lost 2 goats already, and the vet told them that they were likely frightened to death. Approaching the barn, you could see that they had been at work putting their decorative style here also. From the outside, there was a new fence surrounding the front and creating a small yard of about 1/4 of an acre. It was clean and recently raked. The barn was in the style of an old tobacco barn that had been repurposed and painted. As we entered, I noticed that the hair on my arms immediately stood up. I definitely sensed something there. I asked if there was a specific area where there seemed to be more activity. I was shown the milking room that they had set up. The man told me that once he built the milking stall, everything started. I asked for some time to poke around by myself and noticed that they practically ran out. I walked around the milking room for about an hour. That was a lot, since it was a small room. On the opposite side of the barn, I found another room slightly larger than the milking room. It had a concrete floor and freshly panelled and painted walls. It had electricity, a sink, and some equipment that was recognised as being used to make cheese. This room did not interest me at all. It felt sterile and uncomfortable, like an operating room. I was sure nothing was lurking there. It wasn't until I was walking around in the stable area that I really felt something. This part of the barn had only a dirt floor, and although it was raked clean, it didn't feel that way. I'm not a psychic, but I have learned to pay attention to my body and my impressions. To be honest with you, all that I wanted to do in that area was rake it clean myself. Perplexed, I summoned the man and asked him if he had found anything in that area. He seemed slightly embarrassed, as he explained that along the wall there had been a deep trench with something that looked like a pile of old leather that had been folded and stacked at one end of it. He asked me not to tell his wife, but he had just covered it over instead of removing it, as he had just felt like it was too dirty to touch. I asked for a shovel and assured him that I would not tell his wife and cover it back up when finished. He agreed and provided a shovel before hurrying back to the house. 5 minutes later, I had located the leather. As the man had claimed, it was all dried and hard, and did look as if it was nothing that anyone would ever want to touch. As I fought to unwrap it, it was stuck with the feeling that it may cause me to get sick. I felt nauseous as I handled it. Finally getting it unfolded, I found a very old memo typebook in it. The writing was still perfectly legible. It was a journal written by a Civil War soldier. As I scanned through it, about halfway through, I found the last page of writing. It had blood on it and said, "When you find me and read this, please tell Ma and Pa that I'm sorry. I tried to make it back home, but they caught me. I was shot, and I know I will die quickly. Please get my body home and bury me by the stream. I live in Savannah." Signed, Jonas. I refilled the hole and took the journal and leather to the front of the house. I asked the couple to come sit on the porch so that we could talk. I showed them the journal and suggested that we hold a small memorial service in the barn. They invited the only neighbours they knew, and we did just that in the barn by where I dug up the journal. I asked to take the journal with me, and the couple agreed. I took the journal to the Savannah Historical Society and asked if they would keep it on display, as a remembrance to a lost son. They agreed, and I gave it to them. 3 weeks later, when I checked back with the couple, I was informed that the goats were back in the barn, and there were no issues. I was called by a lady who swore that her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical, but very curious. According to the lady, her cat would suddenly start screaming at the top of its lungs. It would do this crazy-looking slow-motion walk while tittling its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it when it did these things, it would lash out at her with its claws. After having one of these spells, it would hide but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly, and it would growl to itself for up to an hour. As strange as all of this sounded, I spoke to one of my team members who is very sensitive. After hearing the story, she insisted that we investigate. We arrived at the residence at around 4:30 p.m. The lady gave us a tour of the house and introduced us to the cat. It was a standard 3-2 ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, very affectionate, and really took to my fellow investigator. She spent a couple of hours alone with the cat while I got the paperwork and formalities done with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night, as she had a date, then worked the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift at the local hospital. She left for a date around 7:30 p.m. and we began our formal investigation. We moved room to room asking questions in hope for an EVP, or at least a knock in response to a question. We had no activity until at 11:30 p.m. the cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the doorway, my partner grabbed my shoulder, stopping me and motioning finger to lip for me to be quiet and listen. It was hard with the cat screams. They made my hair stand on end. As we watched and listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room. There was a whisper coming from the shadow that was not recorded by our DVRs, and we couldn't understand what it said. The cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight, so we witnessed the claims of the lady firsthand, and they were exactly as she had described. My partner spoke very calmly to the shadow, saying, "You are scaring the cat. I don't think you mean to. So if you leave this room and go into the bedroom across the hall, we will help you." We turned and entered the smaller bedroom and sat quietly on the bed, waiting to see what would happen. A few moments later, my partner grabbed my arm and pointed at the doorway into the spare bathroom shared by the two smaller bedrooms. I could clearly see a humanoid shape with no features, but it was blacker than the dark. This teammate and I had worked together many times and had a routine that we followed. I told the entity that everything was okay. The cat's calm now, and we want to know how we can help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. At that point, I heard through my DVR the word kitty. While recording, I always plug in an earpiece so I can hear what is being recorded in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched out its arm, pointing towards the master bedroom, where the cat was. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and almost immediately heard a sigh and whimper. I asked again if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and stated that in order for us to help, it needed to answer. My partner told me a minute later that it answered. She sensed that it indicated that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed that this was the spirit of an adolescent male, and she thought that in life he had some type of developmental issue. While we spoke, the entity seemed to sway slightly back and forth, but it didn't go anywhere. It seemed like it was listening to our conversation. I once again spoke to it, saying that it scared the cat, and if it wanted to pet it, that it would have to make friends with it. I explained that if it would just sit still and speak to the cat, that it would learn that you don't want to hurt it. Eventually, the cat will come to you and let you pet it. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and sat down calmly. No one spoke. or even moved, including the spirit. A few moments later, the cat joined us on the bed. I spoke to it calmly, and my partner scratched its neck and head. As I looked back up from the cat at the spirit, I noticed that it was gone. We experienced nothing else that night and locked up the house and left. 2 days later, my teammate called me very excited. She had researched the property and found that a young man who had Down syndrome had died on the property when he had fallen out of a treehouse. We gathered our evidence and met the lady the following day. I played her all of the recordings of us talking to the spirit so that she would understand what exactly had happened. When she heard me tell the spirit how to make friends with the cat, she began to cry. She told us that only that morning the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom. It was purring very loud and moving its head, like someone was scratching it. I spent many years stationed in Germany. I did 2 years tours, mostly, and each was in a different place. This occurred while stationed in Kitzingen, Larsen Barracks. That base was flanked by forest. There was an old abbey located a couple miles away, through the forest, and was said to be haunted. A couple of other guys in my company were also interested in ghosts. We had investigated a few of the castles around the general area, so when we heard about this place, it was a no-brainer. Our plan was to set out Friday after the last formation and make the hike and set up camp. We slept that night, and the next morning we went to the abbey. It had been closed for years, but it was open during the day for tours. After it closed for the day, no one was supposed to be on the grounds, but that was not enforced nor patrolled. It was basically left open. Upon arriving, we took the tour and learned the history and layout. Around noon, we went back to camp to fix some lunch and relax before ghost hunting around 10 p.m. When we reached the camp, it was destroyed. It appeared that some kind of animal had gotten into everything. It threw all our personal stuff from our backpacks all over, tore down our shelter halves, and basically just made a big mess without destroying anything. We cleaned up and reset camp. None of our food was missing, but that wasn't surprising since most of it was in cans. Surprisingly, the couple boxes of crackers and loaf of bread had not been taken or damaged. Around 10 p.m. that night, we went back to the abbey. We investigated it thoroughly inside and out. We never heard or saw anything. We stuck it out until around 4 a.m, hoping something might show up, but nothing did. We made our way back to camp, disappointed and tired. When we got there, that animal had been back. It had done the exact same thing as before, except this time, those boxes of crackers and loaf of bread were scattered around like everything else, out of the wrappers and on the ground. We were pretty pissed off. If we had been able to see the hike out, we would have, but those woods were too dark. Once again, we cleaned up, and about an hour before it would start getting light out, we crashed for a few hours. 2 hours later, I was startled awake by one of the guys yelling and cussing up a storm. Camp was trashed again, and we had slept through it. Even our shelter halves had been ripped down as we slept under them. The only difference was that our personal items, socks, underwear and t-shirts, were made into a trail leading out of camp. We packed everything up and started following the trail of clothing. When we reached the last of it, there was a small pile consisting of one pair of underwear belonging to each of us, and the crotch had been ripped out of each one. About 100 feet away, we could see the perimeter fence to our base. I never went back into that forest the rest of the time I was stationed there. When I was in high school, my friends and I used to go to Black Snake Road to race each other. It was in a very rural area and had little traffic and was very dark. We called it that because of several hairpin turns. However, there was a perfect half-mile that was marked by a bridge on one end and a train track on the other. One night, after several of us had been racing, I found that I was the last to leave. As I approached the bridge, I saw a girl standing there dripping wet. I stopped and asked if she was okay, and she responded that her boyfriend missed the bridge and crashed into the water. She said that he was still in the truck. I got out of my car and ran around the side of the bridge and down the embankment. There was no deep river, but just a shallow creek. I saw no evidence of a truck or anything out of the ordinary. Returning to the top of the bridge, I found her standing next to my car, dripping wet and crying. There were no cell phones back then, so I offered to drive her home so that we could call the police from there. She accepted and directed me to her home. On the ride home, she told me that her name was Sally. Her home was directly across the street from a small church, a couple away from the bridge. As we pulled into the driveway, she asked me to go to the door and get her mother. I knocked at the door of the dark house, feeling a little uneasy. After all, it was after midnight by this point, and I knew that I was waking everyone in the house. After a few moments, an older lady answered, who I assumed was her grandmother. I told her what happened and that Sally was upset and wanted her mother to come to the car. That's when the story got even stranger. The lady told me that her daughter Sally had been dead for over 30 years. She had drowned when her boyfriend missed the bridge and flipped his truck, trapping her inside. Surprised and not thinking very clearly, I insisted that she come to my car, which she did. Slippers, housecoat and all. The passenger side window was rolled down, which Sally had done. My old Malibu had cranked windows. They were a pain to roll down, and I couldn't reach the handle from the driver's seat. There was a puddle in the passenger seat, but no Sally. The lady asked me to walk across the road to the graveyard next to the church. We did, and she showed me Sally's grave. That incident started a 40-year pursuit of the paranormal for me. I've investigated all over the world since then, while serving in the military and my work afterward. Ghosts are real. I suffer from occasional sleep paralysis. When this happens, I wake up from what is usually a nightmare, but can't open my eyes or move, except to scream a muffled groan. I also feel an immense weight or pressure on my chest, like some people describe as something holding them down. This goes on for a few minutes, until I can either snap out of it, or my girlfriend rushes over to me to soothe and gently wake me up. This has happened a number of times over the years, but a couple instances in particular stand out. So I was having an episode of sleep paralysis, but this night, it happened twice, back to back. I had just fallen asleep not 30 minutes, when suddenly my head started to buzz and vibrate. It also got very cold in this instance. Like other episodes, I couldn't move, but this time I could open my eyes. However, I couldn't see. It was like what some visually impaired people describe as only being able to see out of their peripheral vision. It was just a blackness in the main view of my vision, paired with this headache-inducing vibration of my skull, with the sound of a booming, low-frequency humming. Not a whole unlike when you hear the deep bass hits in the music of the movie Inception, but just one very low and loud note. It was terrifying because it's never happened like this before. Finally, I managed to wake up, got some water, told my girlfriend about it, and attempted to sleep again. But it happened again. Same blindness, same humming, and same symptoms. My girlfriend then had to shake me out of it this time. Needless to say, I wasn't able to go back to sleep until the following night out of exhaustion. The other incident was a night terror where I was hunted by a demon or witch. I felt sharp, long nails piercing into my chest, but I couldn't wake up out of it and felt the pain of being impaled. So a long time ago, about 3 summers ago maybe, Me and my 3 cousins were playing hide and seek. We had played with a Ouija board the day prior. We all heard footsteps outside my bedroom door while we were hiding, and when I came out to look, no one was there. Anyways, that's old news. It's been a while and I've had several more experiences, and I fear it's getting stronger, whatever it is. So after a while, I started to have several nights where I would experience sleep paralysis. I would wake up and I would see a little girl out of the corner of my eye. She was young and had grey skin and had patchy hair, and it looked like she had been crying as there was a black line going down from the corners of her eyes. Anyways, it was like she was shy and really didn't like being looked at. Eventually, I moved out of my parents' house and moved in with my now ex-girlfriend, and I didn't seem to like her at all. There was one morning she woke up in the middle of the night screaming and asked me to look at her back, and she had 3 red lines going down her back. There was another time when my girlfriend was playing on my Xbox, and all of a sudden her hair was grabbed and yanked back. Meanwhile, while I'm living away from home, my family is experiencing something mimicking their voice. My mom heard my sister call her from upstairs, and my sister heard my mom call her downstairs. And last night, I heard it calling my name. First it used my sister's voice, then switched to my mom's voice, then strangely used my former girlfriend's voice. I'm afraid it's slowly getting stronger, and I don't want to do one thing that only makes it mad and more strong. So a bit of a backstory. Last summer, my cousins came to spend it with my family, so there were 4 kids and 2 adults in the house. Me and my oldest cousin were in my room playing with a plastic Ouija board around 8ish. Obviously, nothing happened. I threw slurs into the empty dark room. My cousin laughed and we walked away from the board. I didn't think I would have to say goodbye since nothing happened. Well, I might have been wrong. Later that night, around 10ish, the 2 youngest asked us to play hide and seek with them. I thought why not, and agreed. We played a couple of rounds and nothing happened. Skip to around 12. I remember vividly that I was in my closet hiding my youngest cousin beside me, since she didn't know where else to hide. My oldest cousin hiding under my covers on my bed with pillows on top of her. My oldest cousin was getting kinda tired of not being found first and decided to hide there so it would be easy to jump out and scare my sister, who was seeking. Now I think it would be wise to mention we're upstairs and the parents are downstairs. The stairs up, even though they're carpeted, they still creak. We heard the garage door open. That's where my sister was counting. She does the old ready or not, here I come. It's a bit of a walk from the garage door to the stairs, so we're just waiting. There was no creak at the stairs, but all of a sudden, we heard footsteps pacing back and forth in front of my doorway. My cousin, thinking it was her, jumps out from the covers and does a fake scream, followed by a blood-curdling scream. I burst out from the closet and looked towards the open door as I did. I catch a glimpse of a dark, distorted figure that flies to the left. Being the oldest, I ran out the door. To the left is a bathroom. I searched everywhere, but it was gone. My oldest cousin mentioned later that we had forgotten to say goodbye. I simply responded, I know. Me and my buddies enjoy late night walks on the trails within the various conservation areas in my region of southwestern Ontario. Late last week, we decided to check out an area called Pleasant Valley. To my knowledge, this area has a deep-rooted history with the Underground Railroad, Indigenous peoples, as well as the War of 1812, if I'm not mistaken, given its proximity to Lake Erie. We entered the woods at about 2 a.m, and immediately upon entering, I was overcome with a bad feeling. And after walking for some time, the feeling progressively worsened until we reached 2 bent trees in an X over the path. My one buddy pointed out the fact that it's bad juju to go underneath, and we should just call it a night, as we all felt watched. As soon as we turn around and start to head back, the entire forest seems dramatically quieter. We all hear a loud, distinctively human whistle behind us, almost like how you would call a dog over. There's no way anyone could have been out there at that hour, and there were no homes in close enough proximity for someone to be out and about. We all ran, and I was honestly terrified. Me and my friends are all relatively big guys, and we're all comfortable in the woods, so it takes a lot to get us running. Upon leaving, there was a faint smell of rotting eggs, and it was not present upon our initial entry. It begins with me and two of my girlfriends playing the so-called game hide and seek alone. I've played it twice before, but nothing ever happened. We do the usual, prepare the doll, put one of our hairs inside, and start the game. We went to hide, all of us sitting on a windowsill behind a thick curtain, our legs propped up on the radiator underneath. I started with a strong mindset, as I do not believe in the paranormal. Not even a minute into the game, I started hearing soft parts of what seemed to be little feet stuffed with rice, slowly going from the bathroom to my room. One of my other friends looked at me in shock. Knowing I do not want to fuck around, we ran to the bathroom to spit salt water on the doll. When I ran past my room, I could still hear the little pit-pats of the tiny feet. When we got to the bathroom, the doll hadn't moved. Nothing had in fact moved. We end the ritual and choose to throw the plushie away. Now, the weird shit begins over the course of around 3 to 4 months. It was 6 a.m. the same day we did the ritual. I was smoking a cigarette with one of the friends. While we were chatting, a cigarette butt sprung up from the ashtray and rolled onto the table. We both saw it. A few days later, I was home alone with my boyfriend. I went to feed the cats in my mom's room, and I saw my old crusty, dusty lamp was turned on. A week after the lamp, I had an incident with a guy who would come to my door at weird hours of the night and ring the intercom, looking for me with a knife. My intercom started ringing at 4 a.m, and I decided that was it, and I filed a police report. While waiting for that, I talked with the administrator of the block of flats, and asked her to look at the security cameras and tell me what he was doing the previous night. The administrator said nobody rang my intercom at 4 a.m. that night. She looked from 3 a.m. through to 4:30 a.m. with no person coming or going out of my block. Some time passes. A month later, the same two girlfriends come to sleep over. This one is by far the weirdest. They usually sleep on the couch in my living room. I went to sleep at around 3 a.m. I'll call them A and B for easier description. A has a weird feeling all night long, waking up continuously to look at the hallway to check if someone is there. At around 3:30, B feels 3 fingers tapping her shoulder twice and waking her up. B told me she felt the couch was very crowded. She turns around and sees me, sleeping in between her and A. She goes back to sleep. Sometime later, a light from a weird electrical box behind the TV turns on and wakes B up. She gets up to grab a shirt and throw it in front of the light. She drinks some water and stuff. And she turns on the flashlight and sees my hair again, this time tugging A from behind. B says, "Good night, girls." A responds to her, "I don't." In the morning, I was no longer with them in bed. They come to wake me up and ask me if I had slept with them. Of course, I was shocked. I told them I've been in my room since I went to sleep. I've never slept walk in my life. I'm a heavy corpse sleeper, wherever you put me. I don't move an inch until I've slept enough. I sigh and grab my sage, not expecting anything. Close all the windows and doors in my home, sit on the couch and light the sage. Where I was sitting, the air became very cold and my whole right side turned cold as ice. The day before today, the big water bowl I keep for my pets in the bathroom was spilled. My mom found it. The bowl was completely empty and there was no water to be found. The bathroom tiles were dry. No lick of water anywhere. We cannot explain where it went. Forward to today. I wake up at around 11 a.m, walk my dog, have a shower and eat something. A was over at my place sleeping on the couch. I go back to sleep while waiting for A to wake up. I start dreaming. I see my room, get up to go to the living room. A is no longer there. In her place, right where she was sleeping, I saw a figure who looked a lot like her, just very disfigured. Wearing the robe A was wearing in my house. The person or thing was staring right into my soul. I get scared and lock myself in my room and lay in bed. I start experiencing sleep paralysis, but this time I'm terrified for some reason. In reality now, A already woke up. I saw her open my door to wake me up. I was experiencing sleep paralysis and trying to give her signals to wake me. She decides to let me sleep, not knowing I'm in terrible pain and scared as fuck. She leaves, and I cannot wake myself from paralysis this time. I eventually fall asleep. I start dreaming again. It's just 40 minutes on the clock of me trying really hard to stand up from the bed. But some force kept pushing me back down and pinning me with strength, suffocating me, and I was paralyzed. My whole body hurt and I was so fucking scared. I felt a presence near me, on the right. I kept trying to grab the phone, but I would drop it, as I was barely able to even move. I felt so awake the whole time. When 40 minutes pass in real life, I hear the kitchen door open and A coming to wake me up. Exactly the second she opens the door, this unexplainable force just disappears, and I spring up on my butt on the bed, shouting A's name, instantly starting to cry. For some reason, I really thought I was going to die. I've never been this terrified. Guys, am I crazy? What's going on? I know this all sounds impossible or made up, but believe me, it turned from a joke to something that's starting to really scare me. What should I do? For some background, when my dog passed, we took him to a guy who did pet cremation and prepared cute memorial gifts like paw prints and such. My mum asked what got him interested in the business, and he told us a story about his first dog. To make a long story short, when she died, he had placed a garden light around the place where she was buried, or used to hang out a lot. I don't quite remember. This light kept turning on, even when it wasn't supposed to, and even after it broke, he said it kept lighting up anyway. This guy was a little kooky, so I just smiled and nodded, appreciating the story as more of a story he used to console himself after the death of his beloved pet. This past week, however, I've been at my mom's house for Christmas, and this decorative Christmas tree that's placed on the mantle, next to where our dog's urn and box is kept, keeps turning on and off randomly. At first I assumed my mom was turning it off and on, as she came and went. But then one day, she asks who keeps turning it off and on. One by one, everyone said it wasn't them, and I honestly believed them. This morning, it was off again, so my mom goes to see if the battery ran out, or if someone turned it off. She flips the switch once, it stays off. So she flips it again, and suddenly it's back on. So clearly it was not the battery, and no one had turned it off. It seems to turn on by itself anytime there's people in the area, and turn off when we leave. As if he came to hang out with us when we were there like he used to, when he was alive. To make things more interesting, anytime it's on, our dogs seem to like hanging out or sleeping in that area. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being sentimental like the guy was being. So you can believe this story or see it as a consolation story. I won't be offended either way, because honestly, I'm not sure what to think myself. The logical part of my brain wants to say it's just faulty wiring, but my heart wants to believe it's my childhood dog. When I was younger, I used to perform in community theatre plays and musicals a lot. I went on to get a degree in acting and am now working as a professional stage actor. But I got my start in little community theatres in my hometown. One of the last shows that I was in before moving away for college was Monty Python's Spamalot. It's essentially the movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail turned into a stage musical. I loved being in this show. It was hilarious and audiences loved us every night. On the closing night of the show, we were performing one of the big dance numbers in the second act. This number involved several members of the cast running down from the stage and into the aisles in the audience to do a little bit of fun audience interaction. When I got to my mark in the aisle, I locked eyes with a man just a few rows away from where I was, maybe 2 or 3 seats in from the aisle. The auditorium was dark, and I never would have expected this in my wildest dreams, so it took me a few moments to even register. This man was my grandfather, who had passed away 4 years prior to this. No, it wasn't someone who looked like him. Unless he had a secret identical twin, this was my grandfather, and there were no 2 ways around it. He made eye contact back at me, gave me a thumbs up, and I stumbled back to the stage as I forgot my choreography due to what I just saw. I made a mental note of where he was sitting and looked back at that seat during the next scene of the show. Sure enough, by then, he was no longer there. The seat was empty. I checked multiple more times throughout the rest of the show, wondering if the seat was just empty due to someone getting up to use the restroom. But no, it remained empty. I even went so far as to ask the box office manager after the performance, who confirmed that nobody had purchased that seat for the performance. That changed this morning around 6:45 a.m. I recently moved back into my dad's house, and sometimes when I'm alone or when my dad and I are both upstairs, I hear cupboard doors opening, someone using our downstairs tap, etc. But I never really let it get to me, as while I believe in supernatural things, I don't go too far into it. But then this morning when I woke up, I was scared shitless by what I saw. I was laid facing my bedroom wall for a moment, my back to the rest of the room. I wondered what the time was and rolled over to check. It was when I looked up above my side table when I saw this young boy. He was giving me the Kubrick stare and he was grinning. His eyes looked pink and he was just standing there. I immediately jumped up and I turned the light on. He was gone. I felt like I had a panic attack or something, so I messaged my boyfriend immediately because I didn't know what I saw. It really freaked me out. Growing up in a Hispanic household, you hear a lot about the paranormal, and mostly, everyone has experienced something. I'm no different. My parents bought their own home when I was around 3, and ever since, I always felt or witnessed odd things. But there are too many little incidents to bore you with them. But they all have one thing in common, and that's that they all happen close by, or in the hallway to that home. This event does not happen there, and instead happens in my home, just last year. My mom passed away in 2020. Since 2001, she had dialysis 3 times a week at 5 a.m. And I was in my 20s and not married, and lived with both my parents at the time. I would take her every time to her appointments. Whenever I did a late shift at work or would oversleep, she would walk to my door and say, "I'm ready, can we go?" I'd get up and drive her. I'm now married with kids of my own and in my own house. Last year, my wife had scheduled an outpatient surgery in the early morning. I was working in another state, but drove home the day before. I got home in the early hours of the morning and told my wife I was going to sleep on the couch for 3 hours till we had to leave. Her wake-up alarm was about to ring. So with her eyes closed, she said, "Okay." I was in such a deep sleep that the 3 hours flew by like a wink. But then I clearly heard my mum say, "I'm ready, can we go?" I woke up and immediately realised what I had heard. I hear my wife open the restroom door and she walks over to me and says, "Oh good, I was about to wake you up." Till this day, I know what I heard. I know she's still around watching over me. It wasn't so much as a scary incident, but definitely unexplained.